Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stilezzi here, and we are back with the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition PK Player Killers Clan Tournament, round of 64. So, now we're going to get to go over the rest of the round of 64 matches tonight. We got through, I think, the lion's share of them yesterday, and we should be able to finish them up tonight. Yeah, definitely, since there's a lot less participants in this round and the way it's organized, we can basically get this done now, which would be great. That way we don't have to touch on upon again for a while, which would be really good. And the scam colors are still calling my place, so we'll keep hearing ringing all night, unfortunately. But yeah, other than that, we should be able to get these done finally, which would be good, until we get to the round of 32, which is starting up now. When I checked up on the forums tonight to see if there was any sort of round of 32 games submitted, there actually was a series already done, so that's already in the works. Who knows when we'll be able to start on those? Maybe we'll start on next week even, which would be really good. Yep, and then we'll be going through the rest of the series as well, which would be great. Yep, I'm just making sure I submit all the links properly to the Discord servers so they can see what the stream is. They can join us and see these wonderful series casted by their favorite caster, Unstoppable Stilezzi, who they apparently love because I sound Texan. Yeah, I didn't even know I sounded Texan until a bunch of people started saying that. I go like, oh, you sound like you're from Texas. And I go like, I sound like I'm from Texas now. Oh, man, I sound like I'm from Texas. I'm like, oh, wow. I sound like a Texan. Really? I never even realized that before. I never even thought of that before. Like, wow. Unbelievable. Surprising. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I was assuming I just sound like a Yankee from, New England. Because that's where I'm from. But no, got a Texan voice in there somewhere. I'm like, whoa. I didn't even realize I had that sort of thing. So, yeah. I do like the Texan way of talking, though, so maybe I've just grown accustomed to it, which I think is honestly pretty good, because at least from what I was told growing up from my family, they said, son, if you go over to other parts of the country, they don't like people from Boston, the Yankee people, so if you talk like that, they'll probably harass you quite a bit and, won't be good. So in some ways, sound like a Texan probably keeps me a little bit safer out there if I go to other parts of the country, down south or out west or whatever. You never know, because somebody talks with a Boston accent and says habit yad and want you blinka like that. They don't pronounce their R's. That might get you into trouble, but if you sound like me, I pronounce my R's perfectly. Blinker, not blinka. Then you might already be set, which is great. Definitely. And be more relatable too in that sense. But anyways, still submitting the Discord server linkies, and we should be ready to go. I'm moving through as quickly as I can, going chugging, choo through them all. Then we should be all set to go. Yeah, absolutely. Should be pretty good. Alright, I'm through those ones now. Wait a minute, I scrolled up a little bit too far there, but that's alright. I'll just hit these ones now. Live stream. This one. ¿Dónde está the other ones? Let me go down to this one. Alright, this one is good. Go to this one now. Very nice. And then, let's see here. Very good. Let's... right here. Up here. Moving quicker than I thought I was going to do, so that's pretty nice. Alright, just 2 or 3 more, I think, and we're all set to go. Yeah, let me just do the rest of them. The spots. There we go here. And also... no, not there. Here. Right there. And then in the last spot, up in this area. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, we're all done with the mall now. All right, let's get going now. Now, some of you want to listen to me cast some games here, so I don't want to hold you up too much. So where we picked up last night, we finished the Minimoult and Anubis series here. So now we're going to start with I Am Turk versus I Am Pearson or Person. Sometimes it's Person, sometimes it's Pearson. I don't know which one I prefer, a Pearson or a Person. They sound pretty similar, but either way, they got some pretty neat games here, so let's check them out right now. See what they look like. Alright, I'm presuming this is the first one, but I could be wrong. Let's see here. So, I Am Person versus I Am Turk on Great Plains. This is the first map that we do in the best out of 3 series of this tournament. Is Great Plains, followed by Saguenay, followed by Mongolia. That's the order right now, so just so you know. Alright, so an Aztec versus a India. Now, that's a pretty fascinating one. Should be pretty fun, honestly. Now, in this particular matchup, I would probably say I would put my money on the India myself. At least that's what I would do. I think India has a lot of advantages coming into a fight against Aztecs because they got a wonderful wonder. A wondrous wonder that they can basically defend against Aztec pressure with, which would be the Agra Fort. I think if you have an Agra Fort and you're able to supply constant set plays to it, you kind of put the Indians, the Aztecs on thin ice there, and you should be able to pressure them pretty good. At least that's what I think, you know. I don't have a lot of experience playing as Aztecs in Definitive Edition. I have a little bit. It's been kind of bittersweet, but my experience with the Indians, very huge. It's probably my best ranked civ in this game, so I can speak highly on behalf of Indian performance. And I can tell you what sort of civs I always seem to do great against, and I think Aztecs were one of the ones where I really had a good handle on, usually. Yeah, definitely. So I don't know exactly what this Aztec is going to do here, so there's sort of 2 ways we can go Aztecs realistically in a battle game like this. So you can go straight up 1v1, go hard rush, which looks like this deck is geared towards, or it can go more of the fast fortress route and just try to hit them with your noble hut units later on. So it is looking a little bit more of a hard aggro deck because we do see this card here, the 11 Mayan Allies. This is typically a card we include in rush decks with the Aztecs. And it's quite a good one because it's a native warrior that doesn't cost any pop, and it's sort of like a musketeer, which your civ lacks. So yeah, definitely a good rushing unit. Now, on the other side of the aisle, let's look at India. Land. Yep, that's one thing we can say for sure. Indian decks are pretty consistent across the board in this tournament. You know, you can basically tell what they're going to look like. You can already sort of predict their game plans, sort of. Yep, so first card with India is always going to be the Wood Trickle one, Distributivism. You don't get villager cards as India, because every card you send as India gives you a free villager. So why have villager cards when you're just receiving them for free anyways with every other card in the game? I don't know, yeah. Alright, so gonna go with a defensive Agra Fort. Not a bad play, I totally respect it. It should make you a little bit more immune to Aztec pressure. If he is paying attention to the Aztec deck, the Indian might notice, hey, it's called Russian Aztecs, which means pretty much we're going to be rushing you out of the gate. That's kind of what that tells you right away, because Russian Aztecs says, alright, this is an aggro deck, because Russians were an aggro civ. So if you put Russians in your deck name, that means, hey, I'm going to attack you early, so you better have a defense rate. What better way to have a defense than having a huge giant fort sitting right there to provide some ranged cover fire against an attacking enemy? Oh yeah, no, it's totally makes sense. So what's this treasure here that they were competing for? 85 wood. Now that's a pretty big treasure there, you know, especially for India that actually has to use wood to afford their villagers. Yeah, that could totally go into probably more of these architects, I would guarantee you. So that's quite good for the India player there. Actually picking up civil servants right now, which sort of does a little bit of all the natural resources put together. A little bit towards hunting, a little bit towards mining, a little towards wood, a little bit towards berries. Pretty flexible. Yep, so Right here we see 700 wood coming in for the India. Same for the Aztecs. They're going to start out with their Aztec scouting party, Big Bun. It's a very powerful start for Aztecs because it sends you an instant batch of 4 Jag Knights. These Jag Knights have multipliers against cavalry, and they have multipliers against heavy infantry. So, in terms of India, they could fight their Sepoys, they could fight their Sawars, they could fight their Mahouts, they could fight their Zambraks, they could fight their Howdas, with the proper numbers that is. So they can fight a whole bunch of stuff in the Indian roster. The only thing they really couldn't fight would probably be Gurkhas and some certain consulate units in India, Gats. Definitely couldn't fight Arumis. Arumi's another scary one for them, but everything else they can kind of deal with. Oh, wait a minute, no, the Arumis? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, yeah, because the Arumis are kind of like a melee skirm, so you wouldn't want to fight those with Jag Knights. Alright, so out of the gate, the India's ready to attack with Sepoys. Got 2 free ones from the Agra Fort, and was able to train in 3 additional ones right away from that building. So able to push on the Aztecs right now. Sort of just shove them off. Gonna go after their converted treasure guardian there, it looks like. Picking up the hunting eagles, followed by the blanket filters for the mining, and then professional hunters for another hunting tech. So this India is moving along pretty quickly. He knows he needs to put the pressure on the Aztec, because the Aztec could be planning a fast fortress, and we don't want to see what happened yesterday, remember, with the Kinesi game? Kinesi basically got to H3 and he started pelting his musketeer-using opponent with Jag Knights to the point of death. Yeah, that'll happen to you if you don't sort of keep that Aztec under control. It'll be quite deadly for you. So it does look like here the Aztec is pretty low on resources, and he is going to be pushing in with a huge shipment of Mayan Javelineers here, the Holkon Javelineers they shipped in. He also has a batch of Coyote Runners already that he trained up at his war hut, so he's pressing pretty hard on the India. Ow! Watch your bills. Hey, watch the bills, you're losing them. Lose another one, and he's going to lose another villager, and another villager's down. Just like CBA 9 Tech and AoE 2. Another villager's down, so yeah, be careful of those. Yeah, see, this is the problem here. He's kind of has to deal with these Jag Knights first, and then he has to deal with these Antonins, which are going to deal some pretty strong anti-musket damage against him, so he has to be careful of those now. He does call out his emergency troops, which I think is an appropriate call here. How's the Agra Fort doing health-wise? That fort is going down, so yeah, he got a pretty good run of the mill on the siege of that thing, so it looks like that wonder is going to be lost. Aztecs going for a full Russian-style push here with tons of Antonins. Should be enough. Alright, now he has to retreat because he doesn't have enough to siege with. And he certainly doesn't want to take a bunch of free town center shots into his troops, so he's probably going to try to pull out, I would assume. Yep. Yeah, no, he's going to take a ton of range attacks here. Yeah, the problem with Antons is they're very weak, and basically it only takes 2 shots to down one of them with the town center, so you got to be really careful about how you manage them. Yep. And now looks like Aztecs have a batch of Puma Spearmen on the prowl, looks like. They got some Puma Spearmen there to help with siege. Obviously, that's quite good. They got Puma Spearman shipment, then they're sending another Antonin Slinger shipment, and they're going to be training some Coyote Runners now. So, kind of getting a little bit of everything there. India did send out their Sawar shipment, so that will be where the Spears want to focus their aim on there. Trying to get rid of those camels. Those big stinky camels. So now, you see Antonin Slingers fighting these infantry here. Right, Spearmen moving forward now. Good. What's going on this side? Alright, so the Slingers are finding their way through the Sepoys. Coyote Runners clubbing their way through these camels. Oh man, look at all those limbs there. Quite good. Yeah, looks like the India's totally pinned at this point into his base. Not a lot of room to train stuff. I mean, he's able to get a little bit of coin to maybe get out, like, at least 4 Sepoys, but that's still not a clean situation to get rid of this rushing opponent here. Whereas the Aztec is going hard in rush, so he's actually pretty low on resources himself now. So all you really need to do as India is get this rush under control and like put an end to his army. Once you do that, things will start looking brighter for you. That's really all the India has to do is just survive here, because the Aztec is obviously not booming up. He's literally stopped villager production to go for an all-out rush. It's kind of those all-out rushes that we've seen Chorizo Zarate do in the Guerrero community. When he does Definitive Edition, he'll like outright rush somebody and stop doing economy. It's very intense and it can wipe out the opponent, but if it doesn't work, then you like instantly die. It's a very risky business. That's all I'm saying. What else can the India send? Can he like ship anything else? He's got gold, he's got foreign logging, so he does have a few cards he can do. Alright, so he gets a free shot on the Unslinger there. See, I'm going to be paying attention to how many kills the India can get on those Antonins. See if we can get a bunch of free snipes on these slingers. Basically, I think the India wins. Alright, so the India is maintaining. He has 14 set points. So the India, I think, is in the favored position. Because why? Aztecs have stopped villager production. They're actually being forced to ship in 5 villagers to try to recover their vill count a little bit. And their army is in shambles. They got like 3 slingers. They're doing spearmen now. So like, spearmen is garbage against these sepoys. They're like dead weight. So really, Aztec is armyless right now against these sepoys. All you could really do at this point against mass sepoys like that would be like a massive Anton and slingers, which he is not in any shape to spam out right now. He's on 1 more hut and his resources are like on the fritz right now. So he's really not in good shape here. Yeah, he's going to queue up slingers again. Yeah, no, I don't like this at all for the Aztec player. Also, the India does get some Gurkhas, so that's going to be the nail in the coffin to the Puma Spearman. So if he does go for another siege on him, Gurkhas will drop them instantly. Yeah, so that combination of Sepoy Gurkha, that's fatal here. Like, Aztecs can't deal with that right now. They're done. Whoever Aztec thinks he's going to get done here is, like, dead. Dead weight. Yeah, see that? See, that's what I'm talking about. Basically, India was able to stall out as long as they had to and get the proper defense, and they were able to basically hold it out until they were able to get enough troops there that they could, like, whittle down Aztec's army. And Aztec's mistake in this was basically stopping villager production and going for an all-out rush when they knew they were losing steam, and they should have maybe tried getting a few extra villages in so they could maybe go for more slingers, because the key here was mass slingers, right? Maybe a little bit of spearmen or coyotes to protect it, but it was really just spamming of the slingers. That really is what we were supposed to see here, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, so let's go to the next one now. Let's see how it looks on Sagune. That'll be game number 2. Pulling that up right now. Yeah, that was a good first one, I think. What do you think? Did you think that was a good learning experience? Honestly, that's what I was talking about. You know, I was saying that my money is on the India player. That's the sort of stuff I would always run into in ranked games against Aztecs. The Aztecs would try really hard to, like, knock me out, and 99% of the time, India's roster and their Agra Fort can just stonewall it and just stop it right then and there. So yeah, that was... I saw it coming. I don't know if you saw it coming, but I saw it coming. That's all I'm saying, basically, in that situation. So now we are going to be looking at, let me go down here to second I Am Turk versus person there. Cool, let's do that. Okay, here we are. We got I Am Person playing as Aztecs, and I Am Turk is switched to the French. Since once you win as a Civ in these series, then you have to change your Civ up. It's a requirement. So I Am Turk will be running as French against the Aztecs this time. I think in this situation, honestly, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. That's all I'm going to say. Now, typically what we've seen from most of the French in this tournament is they open with stable. So, Maybe French will have to perhaps open musket maybe and then add hussar in for the slingers. Yeah. No. I think France can handle the Aztec just fine, because if Aztec is playing the same way he did last time and going with the same build, all France really needs to do is hunker down and go Musketeer Hussar against that. Musketeer's the start, so you can try to kite away the Jag Knights and use the Town Center Fire too to cover that. And then once the main anti-cav threats are gone, just then tap the Hussar button on your stable and just spam them into oblivion. Yeah, basically. Alright, so what deck is this with Aztecs? Age 2 Rush. So he is sticking to the same script, except he's modified the deck slightly. He's gotten rid of the mine card, he's got 600 gold, wood, 5 vil. Does have the stealth, speed, and hit point upgrade for the coyotes. It's got coyote, warrior priest, puma, and tons. Yeah. So what is Aztec's main advantage going to be going in with a rush like that? Well, what they're going to do is they're going to use the community plaza, which they start up in age 1, and put their warrior priest on, since the warrior priest carries more weight on the building than normal build doing a dance on, so the effect is stronger with warrior priest compared to using regular vills on it. And he's gonna probably be trying to go to get 4 warrior priests through this, so 1 plus 3 equals 4, and then try to pump out usually 3 to 6 usually pump out like 3 to 6 more of the warrior priests. Get as many as you can so you can get the most maximum power on your community plaza there, if you can. That's really what you want to try to do, because it's a community plaza that you're going to put on to the attack dance, and thus get your attack up on your slingers, your pumas, and your coyotes. So that's basically what you're going to try to do there, I think. Now, the France, I don't know about the France, so let's see what the France is up to. So the France is going to be playing W. Water. Just like Huckle's Bale said, water! Like that, so water. Quartermaster, 400 wood. That's pretty predictable. So in terms of water, it's only going to be a counter water deck. So no fish boom at all, just countering your opponent's war. Obviously, this Aztec isn't even going to be considering Navy. He's just going to go in with an attack, right? But if you're dealing with more of a Kinesi Aztec, Kinesi's Aztecs are way more fish boom oriented. So against him, you would probably want to have counter water. But here, you really don't need it against this guy, because he's just going for a regular all-out land rush, completely ignoring the water on this map, I think. Yeah, basically. Alright, so we got 4 CBDs coming in for France. They will probably open up barracks or stable, I'm assuming. Right? And now it looks like Aztecs are shipping in 700 wood. Very good. Wood is good. Where are they going to put their war hut now? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Where is the wood going to go? Yeah. Let's see what the plan's going to be in this area. Okay, so the Explorer did get Cherokee Rifleman. That's pretty nice. Has his big bun batch of Jag Knights out. Ready to go. So the France will open up stable and start pumping Hussars out. So that means basically the France will not be able to engage with his army right away. He's going to have to basically just raid the Aztecs, make it real miserable for them. And then when he's got the sufficient numbers to one out the Jag Knights, he can then probably start proceeding to do that. Yeah. Okay, so now he's got about 3 Hussar. 4 Hussar, and now looks like, yep, another CBD coming in, right? Very nice. So he's got 4 Hussars right here. Pretty good mass. Now, what he's going to do, he's going to have to dodge these Jag Knights. He really doesn't have the mass to do it yet. Definitely, so where's he going to go? He's going to go up near the water, see if he can reach his enemy's base. Take out some of the vills, because if he's assuming what this is going to be like last time, Aztecs are going to slap down their war hut and then they're going to go all out attack. You know, they're not going to consider H3 movement at this point, because obviously what Aztecs do is they go with the messenger first, so they're literally forced to get Kalmakak to potentially make it to Fortress Age if they start that way, which, you know, you can do, but obviously you have to wait for a card for it, and it's a little bit less convenient to do so. Yeah, so they usually wait till the very end before you call that on. Alright, so you got 4 Hussars here. Now the French is in Barracks Musketeer. That's exactly what I told them to do. You're going to have to go with a mixture of Musketeers and Hussars. Because here's the thing. You're dealing with these very powerful melee units here, these Jag Knights. And you might potentially be dealing with Spearmen as well. So you're going to need a range troop of some kind to cover your Hussars from those potential anti-cav units. And looking at the Aztecs, he's going to be starting with Coyote Runners. He's actually got 2 war huts. He's got one here, he's got one up there. So he's going with a double Coyote Runner push to go for a really good raid there. He's probably going to meet them up with his Jag Knights, so he can try to attack the muskets probably and the Hussars. That's what we're probably going to see here. Alright, so top Coyote Runners reaches the base. I'm assuming more are going to be coming out as well. Though it does look like Aztecs are a little bit light on wood right now. Yeah, so what they're going to do is they queued up more Coyote Runners, and then they sent the big boy shipment of the Anton and Slingers to add a bit of anti-musket into that mix. Right, so here we see Coyote Runners running into the base, but they're quickly met by Hussars though, which they're going to have to pull back from, because Hussars is, you know, a really good unit there, basically. It does a bit of snare work, and will completely obliterate Coyote Runners. So if you see Hussars with your Coyote Runners, you do have to get out of there. Because look at the stats. It's 155 HP and 18 attack versus 320 HP and 30 attack. So it's like night and day. It's a big problem to try to fight those. At least without proper swarming numbers, yeah. Yeah, this is not good. He got some free slashes on his troops there. Not good at all. So he actually has a ton of anti-cav. He's got like a Nuka Clubman over there they attacked him with. So, but problem is he's all isolated with these Jag Knights. So what the France is doing, he's snaring him with the Hussars, and then he's letting the muskets one-shot them, one by one. GG. Yeah. Once you lose those Jag Knights, you lose your momentum and you have to pull out. Never mind. What do you mean, never mind? Do you have a plan, man? Oh, wait a minute. You thought you could fight the Explorer then? No, you gotta get up there and... okay. Alright. He thought he saw an avenue somewhere, but I just wasn't seeing it either, honestly. Yeah. Alright, so now, let's go to the next one. Find the next match. Here. Let me find it. So it's gonna be, I believe, if you look correctly... Let's go up and away. It's going to be Aachen versus Vultus. So, believe it or not, one of these series is misnamed. These are actually 2 separate series there. So, yeah, quite interesting. Definitely. So, let's start with the top one, and then we'll move on to the one down there. So, yeah. I think it's, yeah, alright, let's start here. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so this is the real Aachen versus Vultus series. So we got Aachen as España, Spain, and then Vultus as Francia, France. So we got a France versus Spain here. Should be a good matchup. We've seen quite a few of these matchups on Great Plains, particularly in the preliminary rounds, so a lot could happen here. A lot could happen. In general, what we see is we see a very successful Spain when fighting the French, for a multitude of different reasons. We've seen situations where the French just wasn't able to keep up with the Spanish production due to their ship and arrival times. And we saw a situation too where the French went natives, but they did so in such an awkward way, an inconsistent way, that the Spain just was able to catch up and cook them. So we'll see how it ends up going here, honestly, but should be a fun one. Right. And I've seen Aachen play a ton of times before. He's a very strong player. He's very powerful. So you gotta be careful of Aachen. He can hit pretty hard. think I've seen him quite a bit on the House of the Trading Post series before. So, yeah, definitely knows what he's doing there. Big time. So, let's see what the decks are once it arrives. Also, something interesting here. The France does not go Trading Post. That's kind of a rare oddity, because standard French build order is always to get a Trading Post. So, no Trading Posts here. That could do a lot of things. It could be a good thing if he's planning that for that 200 wood for something else, or it could be very bad. We'll see what it is just in a little bit. Right, what's this? He's got a trade site there. I'm just figuring out what the France is up to right now, honestly. I'm a little confused. He didn't even pick up his wood yet, so that's telling me he doesn't even want a trading post. Yeah. 1v1 Jaeg BR. 1v1 Jaeger Black Rider. Well, that's kind of interesting. That's kind of like the mercenary setup you do for Germans, honestly. Again, a Black Rider shipment there and a Jaeger shipment there. So he's probably going to go towards a Jaeger Black Rider start. To do that, you're going to have the Fast Fortress, and you're going to have to accumulate the necessary coin, which is 1,000 apiece for each of those shipments. So, yeah, let's hope that you can get that gold to potentially get those good mercenaries there. Yeah. Was he agent up with Core Master? Yep, Core Master 400 wood. Spain, 3 builds first, and then they go Capitalism. Tourney normal, so it's a normal deck. A normal deck. It's not a weird deck. It's a normal deck. So the deck itself looks pretty normal. Yeah, basically you got all the makings for a Fast Fortress if you want. You do have Pike. You do have a Rod option. You do have the Reconquista as well, which is always a fascinating one, because if you do get bogged down in Age 2 and you lose a lot of rods and pikes and crossbows, you can get up to 10 Conquistadors from the lost units, which is great. Going up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. So, Governor in this setup is pretty good, because Governor essentially gives you 200 gold and then a tower that you can put as either part of a forward base, or you can use it to help defend your base. So, it's quite useful. Right? So, what is France eyeballing? So, he's going for the big boy treasure. Look at this. He might get the 320 XP treasure. If he can get that, he's in great shape. That's going to be a nice advantage for him. It's going to give him a way to actually catch up to the Spanish in terms of cards, I think. So, let's see if that ends up happening or not there. Big time. So, France is going 4 CBDs. Typically, when you see 4 CBD, it means they're going to open stable or barracks. So, we'll see which one he ends up doing there, but should be pretty interesting. Alright, France opens barracks, so they're going to go mid-map Musketeers from the looks of it. Yep, Musketeers start, pretty good. Alright, so Spain, where are they going to put that outpost? So they're going to put the barracks right here with the tower right there, so very close to the Spanish ones, the French ones' proximity there. So France already has their first batch almost out, and then they're going to queue up another batch. So they're moving in pretty well. That is true. So let's see what ends up coming of it, though. So the muskets do decide to target down the explorer dogs first and scare them off. And they can try to maybe take some free shots on the explorer here, which would be good. Right. Alright, so now France is going to queue up more musketeers, it looks like, while maintain their Ville queue of the CVDs. The Spain will counteract with their own musketeers, so they don't get completely swamped in that forward base position, which would be quite good. Yeah, basically. I think we got another scam call calling in again, so yeah, just ignore that, I hope. Yeah, okay, so 10 muskets against 5. Definitely the 10 muskets going to win out, so Spain has to come up with a tactic of some kind how to go about this. Alright, so France actually picks up their trading post now. That's very late for France to get a train post. That's quite delayed. I don't know if he's getting it as part of his build or he's doing it just to cancel out Spain from getting it at this point. But, yeah, quite fascinating. Alright, so France moving in for Ville raiding. They don't get the Ville. They do hurt him pretty good. So he gets a musket down and a dog, so he did some good micro there. So let's see France Musketeer micro take out the Spanish one. Looks like it will... Took out another Musketeer there. Very nice. Another Musketeer's down. Another Musketeer's down there. Then these muskets have to retreat out, right? Yep. And so the France goes up with the Exiled Prince to get a quick shipment going in H3. The Spain getting steel traps, and they're now going double barracks musketeer, so they're increasing their production ever so more. Yep, so Spain going double musket, France going for the H3 finally. French will have a very powerful plethora of H3 cards to pull out. They'll probably go either Falconet or Skirmisher here, honestly, to beat out these units. But they could go for the big spicy Jaeger shipment they do have in their deck name. So that's another possibility we might see here. Who knows? Really depends, yeah. So it looks like one Skirm queuing up, one Dragoon queuing up. 5 Dragoons coming in, so definitely focusing on the risk of anti-cav first. And mobility there. Yeah, whereas Spain is just going to mass up musket in like a constant flow like that, from the looks of it there. Alright, so now queuing in more skirmishers, it looks like. What are they shipping next? Probably the skirms. That would be the next shipment to send. So going Skirmisher Dragoon, it's a pretty infamous combination with any civ, but for France it seems almost natural, considering the cards. Alright, so now Spain will try to get some free shots here. On the musket, they do get a musket out. Skirms and muskets fire back. They take out the musket on their side. It took the musket. Good job by Aiken. He's targeting the skirmishers first. He's ignoring the muskets entirely, and he's going to snare them with the rods. Beautiful work here by Aiken. Look at this. He's snaring them with the rods, and then he's getting his muskets in there to try to finish off all the skirms. This is some really good tactical gameplay here by Aiken. Honestly, very good. Actually really like that quite a bit now. Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. Yep, what you have to do now is France, just go heavy-handed skirmisher. Heavy-handed skirmisher so Aiken can't keep pressing you. And you can start pressing him. Yeah, because the problem is France's skirm numbers were still a bit meager, and Aiken was able to use its musketeer advantage in numbers to just overrun them. Yeah, the only way you fight back against that is having a whole stack of skirmishers just like this. This is what you want there. Alright, so now Spain is going to do some roderos, get some rods out. Now skirmishers do shoot one of the rods dead though. And now has a stable for Hussar. Very interesting there. Yep, that should have some pretty interesting effects. Yep. Okay, so it looks like Skirmisher's doing a good job against the roderos, right? Very nice. Dragoons doing a great job on those Hussars. Look at that. Look at how many Hussars are getting down there. And then the Skirms are trying to hold their own against all the melee troops here, both the Rods and the Hussars. Quite challenging. So it looks like the Rods are gone. So the Dragoons can be a bit easier here to use. They just have to focus those Hussars down. Once the Hussars are gone, then the skirmishers can focus on their main target here, the muskets a bit there. Okay, so Aiken is getting his House of Trastamara. That's because he wants to eventually go to 8th Street, and he's going to have to use that card to essentially cheapen it for every card he's already sent, basically. And it comes out faster, too, which is quite nice. Very, very good, yeah. Alright, so now, at this point, France does deploy the 2 Falconet cards, so really all the anti-infantry they need at this point alongside the skirms. We'll start off with attacking Aiken's houses, though, in the stable there. Also, France is going to pick up cavalry combat to beef up the Dragoons. Important thing to note there. What is Spain up to though? Spain is raiding France with some Hussars, it looks like, forcing some of the Dragoons to come up and intercept them, which they will do with relative ease, since Dragoons were a beautiful counter to Hussar. Oh man, look at all the lost villas here in France, though. It's not good. Yeah, get your CBDs out there, man. You don't want to do that. You can't afford to lose that much eco. Look at how much bills he's like down in there. Man, Aiken's doing a great job. It's actually forcing his opponent to bring up all of his Dragoons just to fight them off. It's quite interesting. Yeah. Quite fascinating. Okay, so the Falconets lead the way now into the enemy base, which is great. Okay, this house will be blasted first, it looks like, which is quite good. French Dragoons moving in on the Musketeer. Hussar area there. Okay, this house will go down. How much prop is Spain on? 70. Oh, so he's actually house now. That's fascinating. He's also going to get some veteran muskets since he just reached age 3, finally. And he's going to ship in his Falconets now, too. So there's a bit of a chance Aiken can fight back now with his own Falconets. You know, really come down to the best micro here who gets to keep their cannons and push forward. Still double barracks musket by the Spain, it looks like. Coming back with the Black Rider shipment, so that's the namesake of this deck is Jaeger Black Rider, BR. So Black Rider will be a very powerful addition. Yep, quite a powerful one. And adding Corsarin as well, so again the melee splash cap in there. So it looks like the France is going heavy on the powerful units, it looks like, yeah. so Dragoon, Black Rider going up against muskets, falconets still in the battle. Statistically should allow the France to win this match in the Spanish TC. Yep, quite a good dominance there by the France. Held on pretty good, got some powerful stuff. Overall, was able to overshadow Aiken pretty well there, honestly, which is great. Now we're going to go on to the next match of Aiken versus Vultus and see how they do. This should be game number 2, right? Yep, right here. Okay, so Aiken is now running Brits, and then Vultus is running India. So India versus Brits. Typically, India versus Brits will go to the British player, I find, because the British are very musketeer-oriented, and that often becomes a problem for India, because India is really hoping to go with their Mahouts and H3 as part of a semi-fast fortress. And obviously, a musketeer massing civ like the Brits, who can do so very quickly, is going to be a serious threat for you. Yeah, I know. So I think this situation goes in favor of the Brits, personally. We'll see if that ends up happening. You might see what I'm talking about, but yeah, no, I'm putting my money on the Brits, because this is how it becomes a problem for India. So the British, right, they get these wonderful houses called manor houses, right? These ones right here. When you build one, you get a free villager, right? Free settler for each manor house that you build. You take all those extra settlers, and you eventually get yourself to a cozy 2 to 3 barracks musketeer pop-out with the Brits. And by the time you do that, basically you can negate all of India's sort of elfin bonuses, really. Their elfin advantage goes out of the room. And it really forces India onto pretty intense Gurkha production just to deal with that mass musket thing. So pretty much you can throw Indians off their game pretty well by going British, typically. So honestly, I think the Brits will do really good here, and they will probably beat out India in the end. But we'll see, though. See if that ends up happening for real or not. It obviously depends on deck, treasure RNG, bunch of stuff there, general strategy. We'll find out. So the deck of British. Let's see what the British deck looks like. So British deck is called ADI. ADI. So this is a deck that supports both Fish Boom and Counter Water. So you got the double Caravel, you got the frigate cards for Counter Water, but you also get Fish Market in Age 1. So there is a chance Aiken could go dark, could get some fishing boats based on that card choice. We'll see, though. We'll see if that ends up happening here. And for the opposing side, let's see what India's doing. So the India's doing distributivism first, right? Like the wood trickle. So it's called Mare. Basically, this will be a India water-friendly deck. So you got your 2 caravels, got improved warships, and then you have the frigate in Age 3. So 2 boat cards and an upgrade for your boats, pretty much. So you will, well, there is a chance we see Navy on both sides here. It really depends if somebody tries to go dock and the other finds out. But, yeah, it would be interesting. India going middle of the map, Agra Fort. Always a solid play. Aging up with about 14 to 15 villagers, which is quite good. So yeah, that should give them a nice advantage. The good thing about the Asian civs all the time is that they can still train villagers while they're aging up, because as an Asian civ, you're aging up by building a wonder, so you don't even need the town center to be active to build that wonder, you know? Simply can just, yeah, it's very powerful. Basically puts your economy a bit ahead to the point that you might catch up to the Brits, really. Alright, so going up at the Agra Fort there. Brits went up at the Governor, right? Hello, Governor. 200 wood. 200 gold, I should say, not wood. And then tower there. Yeah, 200 wood age up would not be that good for an age 1 politician, just saying. Oh, good. Looks like we have some viewers here. Did they have any chats? Nope, nothing yet. Just sitting back and watching. That's cool. Alright, so the Brits are going to go 700 wood. They're going stable start. That's interesting because normally with Brits, it's always going to be barrack start with musketeer. In this case, the Brits are going hussar. Very interesting choice. It does give the British player a lot more rating power. Gives them a lot more ability to press potential Gurkhas here. So, starting up with hussar usually can be good if you do it well. Yeah, basically. Problem is you got an India who has an Agra fort, and what can you do with an Agra fort at the start of the game? Train your infantry, so you can make sepoys. And those sepoys will obviously threaten that stable to the point that you're going to need a second troop to get those sepoys off, basically. Alright, Brits are going to get some longbowmen there, it looks like. Very nice. So, mixing longbowmen and hussar is a pretty formidable combo. The longbowmen shred the heavy infantry, and then the hussars shred everything else, since they're so durable and pretty good hand attacks. So, yeah, that's quite something. Alright, continuing with the sepoy on the Indian side. What cards does he throw at this point? So he's gotten his wood trickle, 5 sepoys, and now picking up that 700 wood, it looks like. So we'll see if that comes up handy here at all. We'll see where the hussar placement is here. Tried to go for a raid there, but was quickly stopped, especially since you got some sepoys there now. Wow, going after a house, it looks like. Problem with getting rid of British manor houses is, yes, you are housing them, so to speak. You are getting a big XP treasure for that, but you're also giving Brits the ability to get another manor house now outside of their 20 build limit, and then get more free villagers, which will really beef their economy up pretty much in this situation. Okay, so the India now has a caravanserai to start adding in Sawars, it looks like. India now going for civil servants there to get their eco slightly improved. Making the switch into Gurkhas, that can be a good move as well, since you are dealing with a Brit player who does make a lot of use of muskets. Longbowmen should get a good exchange here and wipe out his sepoys, which would be great. Very nice. Pretty good. Oh wow, look at all those sours there. Very spicy. Picking up second mining upgrade too. Very good. I think in this situation though, probably the Brits are still looking pretty good since the longbowmen are pretty exceptional at shredding infantry. Once those infantry are done, musketeers will deal with your cavalry no problem. Hopefully not another scam call. Looks like Aiken gets his range attack bonus card on his muskets. So his muskets are now doing 15% additional range damage, which is great against those units. Plus his hand attack also went up by 15%. So going to be able to guard these against the Sawars easier and then be able to shred the Indian infantry apart. This is what makes British so scary in this matchup against India. They can go musketeer death ball, and India can struggle quite a bit against it. The only way India really does well against it is if they can get tons of Gurkhas, but unfortunately for him, Aiken has been microing in Hussars this whole time and also supporting with longbowmen. So Aiken is doing exactly the unit comp that I used to deal with when I used to play Indian ranked. It would always ruin me quite a bit. It's quite dangerous, actually. So yeah, Brits are doing exactly what they should be doing here to really press it on the Indians and prevent them from getting a successful battle. Oh, interesting. So the Indian gets a barracks up here. Alright, so why is he getting a barracks up here? It doesn't make any sense. Why is he getting the barracks up in that area? So he's like trying to go double barrack? Double cube Gurkhas? Well, that can't happen because now the barracks is under siege. So he's going to lose that production bill now, which is very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate, actually. Look at that. Down for the count, yeah. Very, very big. Absolutely big. Big time. Oh no, he's got a hunt. Oh man, he was getting resources up there. He's getting hunt. He's completely surrounded. How many bills is he gonna lose of his bats? He's got 43. He's gonna go down to like 36. Man, that's not good. Oh man, bad, bad, bad. Like 39. Yep, no, he's gonna go down 37. Yep, not good. Quite a huge hit to the Indians' eco there. He's going to get Desert Terror now to get the multipliers up on his Sawars in particular. But I don't think that's the issue, man. What has he got for cards? He's kind of bricked. He doesn't have a lot of good cards left, so all he can do is try to get multipliers against the Longwoman. Yeah. And he doesn't really have enough resources or time to get Fortress Age now, so he's kind of walked in and loaded against the Brits, which is the worst situation to find yourself in against them, because the Brits, if it comes into a lock and loaded Age 2, the Brits will always win because they have more vills than you, so they can always get more stuff. Right. They'll just get all 20 of those free villagers from the mayor houses, and it'll be a fatal situation for you. So in that situation, it looks like Aiken is going to pull an easy win here, honestly. Yep. Pretty much so. Now, Sepoy Gurk is trying to hold the line. Their side there, around their Agra fort. Good thing they are fighting near the Agra fort so they can get them some range support. Oh man, yeah, not good. Look at the score discrepancy there. Now you can tell why Aiken is doing so good, because once you get all those free villagers from manor houses, it's a win-win. It's victory is assured at that point. So, quite good there. Now we're going to load in, and we're going to go to the next match now. Let's see what we got here. Let's go down to the final match in the series of Aiken versus Viltus. Let's see what they got. Right in this spot. Very good. What do we got here? Okay, so Viltus is going France, and Aiken is going India. Okay, so we're on Mongolia now, the first Mongolia of the night. Mongolia is the tiebreaker map if you don't win on Saguenay Great Plains. This should be pretty fascinating. I have seen some pretty successful Indias in my past when I played this on ranked lobbies. I would do pretty good on this map. So I think maybe India can pull it off. But then again, the opponent is France, so France is very flexible here. Now, what France is going to do right away, they tail it right up here to the top trade route and try to get one of the trading posts up here. That's really what they try to do first. Yep, so let's see what he does here with his Explorer. So you're going to be going... Where are you going with your Explorer, man? Going up here, maybe? Yeah, perhaps. Very good. See? Trading post right in that spot, right? Yep, very good. Okay, so now... Looking at the decks here. Well, I don't think decks are going to matter too much here, personally. It would just be good to know what sort of stuff we might expect here, personally. That's all I'm saying. Yig. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is he allowed to play the same Civ again after winning with them once? Yeah, didn't he just win his first game as this with this deck? Jaeger Black Rider? Wow. He replayed the Civ. That's not good. That's not good at all, man. That's insane, dude. So, technically, it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. That wouldn't count, right? Because he's replaying the Civ. Yeah, that's not good. Did they, like, make a special rule for that or something? I don't know. Doesn't look sus. Looks really sus there. But overall, I will say, regardless, deck looks pretty solid. Worked good in the first game, so should do okay in this game too. But I will say, things are going to be a bit tougher against India, because India is really going to be able to get a lot of their troops to counter you as France. Right, the biggest threat I would worry about with the France player would be probably Dragoons. You know, Dragoons could be a problem. Corsairs could be a problem. Try to worry about those sort of things when you're India. Those, to me, would be your biggest risks, so you'll have to be careful with those, basically.
Tayar.
Alright, so the India goes up with a defensive aggro fort, whereas France goes up with the core master for 400 wood. So, yep, that's pretty expected. What we're probably going to see from the France is going to be a 4 CBD card into stable or barracks, right? So, kind of similar to the first game. The France is getting his market up. Is going to go hunting dogs, and then with placer mines, because that's what the French build order always calls for, is basically hunting dogs followed by placer mines, and then you quickly try to get steel traps. The reason that's part of the French build order is because the French have the CBD villager, the Courrier de Bois. The Courrier de Bois has a bigger gather rate at the base level than a settler does. So when you research stuff like hunting dogs and those types of techs, the effect on the CBD villager is astronomically higher than it would be on a regular settler. So it's not just you getting a good tech that you should get, but it could make a huge, big difference in how your combat goes, basically, with the eco. Alright, so as predicted, we do get steel traps and 4 CBDs coming out at the same time. And India. So what India's up to? So India's going to go foreign logging. And are they going to go with gold after that? Maybe. Because I'll tell you one thing. If you ever see foreign logging, the medium wood trickle coming in first as India, that would always be a sign for me that I was going to be going fast fortress. Because I would do the wood trickle first, establish the wood eco to keep the vills happy, and then go for the gold. And then try to go for an age up. Get into Mahouts, 8 Gurkha shipment, that sort of thing. So yeah, let's see if India ends up doing that or something similar. Big time. So what treasure is this? This is just a 20 XP, 20 gold one. It's something, but not huge. So India will open with sepoys, which is totally fine. Typically in these India situations, you're going to want to go semi-fast fortress. You open up with sepoy and then you back it up with the fast fortress in the Mahou Gurkha siege elephant. Typically, that's usually what we like to see here for that matchup personally. So yeah, that's what we'll likely see. Alright, following up with 700 wood, so he will be sticking it to an H2 fight, it looks like. Committing to mass sepoy and eventually Sawar, most likely. Getting his market text now, it seems like. Okay, so the France Yep, as predicted, they opened up with Hussar, and they are going to get their gold and 700 gold. So it's looking like a semi-fast fortress for France with opening cavalry. Cavalry are going to try to disrupt Indians as much as possible. If they can take villas out, take villas out. If not, try to keep them cooped up in the base like chickens. What you want to do here. Yep, and then he has to just back off whenever the Indian sepoys arrive to close in with their swords. Alright, so barracks is coming up for France now, it looks like. Is already going for that semi-fast fortress age, so likely what France is going to do. Dragoon skirmisher in age 3, and then when they get the gold, they can go Black Rider or Jaeger based on the deck. So yeah, that's what they're going to go for here, most likely.
Votre ordre?
Alright, queuing up skirmisher, shipping in 5 Dragoon. That should be pretty good. See how that ends up going here. Alright, trained up some Dragoons and skirms already, so that'll be the second batch coming in. The first shipment was 8 skirmisher from the looks of it. So already has a pretty good mix of skirm Dragoon right now to fight. Right. Now, the India has... So he doesn't have his gold shipment, but he should be able to get his fortress age going now. Yeah, has just enough coin to do it. So he's going to probably be going up Shamanar Gate to get a Mahout Elephant to deal some good multipliers against these skirmishers with some splash. So yeah, that's what I would do. Go Shamanar Gate, right? Taj Mahal. Interesting. That's a fascinating one. So Taj Mahal gives you a ton of gold, and it lets you use the ceasefire ability. The ceasefire pauses the fighting for a number of seconds, and then you can basically get your troops into position and then resume the fighting when the ceasefire is over. So it's kind of strategic. Wow, France going after the stable, that's pretty big. Does he have a barracks at all? No, he has the Agri Fort though to make infantry, so that's something. Well, I think he knows that it's going to be a Taj Mahal now, and he's just going to back out of there so he doesn't get put in a statistically disadvantageous situation. Wants to always keep the edge over his opponent, which is smart. Also switching to the British consulate allies, that's mainly for your elephant units, so they get maximum HP improvement from that, which is good. That's what ceasefire does. It pauses the fighting, and then basically the India gets time to reposition his troops in an opportune position. So he's trying to get his Arumis into a good spot to attack, because these Arumis deal one splash. They're basically like a melee skirm with a bit of splash damage, so they're like the best troop here. Right now, the Arumis will mostly be focusing on the skirms, but they can also fight Dragoons good too, because they're a melee skirm. They got that anti-light cavalry bonus in there too, so yeah, pretty good in general. Yeah, the Arumis are making some pretty good work against those skirms, which is good. I also like how Aiken's army of infantry is just plowing forward with the help of his Arumis, and forcing his opponent back. Yep, looks like he does decide to pull out with his remaining Arumis and infantry there. France gets in their batch of Black Riders. They're going to train up some cuirassiers now to get some splash cav. Could also ship in 3 from the home city too. That's another option. Or go with 2 falconets. So let's see what he ends up going with now. Oh, he goes for Jaegers. He goes for the 10 Jaeger shipment. That's beautiful. Basically an Imperial Skirmisher in stats, and also has 40% pierce armor, which makes it even more durable to range attacks, which is good. What's he going for right here? He's going for raiding there. Look, he gets 1 village down. Another villager's down. Another villager's down, so that's good. Looks like here now France has a death ball between the regular skirms and the Jaegers mixed in. So India's got to come up with something here. India could, well, they halfway through a ceasefire. Yeah. What they got? Do they have a shipment yet? No. At this point, you might. I don't know. I'm trying to think, because he's got a lot. He's got Black Riders and Dragoons, so it's not like he can just go Mahout. So what is his next step? I mean, you may as well ship them Mahouts, but yeah, I'm just saying, this is kind of a sticky situation here for India, because they don't have really a power unit to like hammer this France away, so they just have to keep everybody alive and well, which I think Aiken's doing a good job with. He's making sure he doesn't lose a lot of troops to attrition here. Especially be careful of those cuirassiers, which are coming in now. Watch out, watch out. Watch out for the cuirassiers. He does get the sepoys out like that. Very nice. Ooh, no. Oh, he got one. Oh, he got 2 cuirassiers. But, the Tsar's coming around with the cuirassiers. Oh, man, look at that. Oh, watch out for those cuirassiers. He's doing a good job at netting them in with the sepoys, so that's good place. Oh, watch out. I'm watching these cuirassiers so tightly here, because these things are going to decide the battle. Oh, man, look at that one. Okay. Got that one. Alright, those were all going out. Yep. So we got some Gurks in there, but can he really engage with France's army there? I don't know. It looks like he's dealing with some of his Gurkhas. Some of his skirms at least. Yeah. Alright, so here comes that 2 Minimoult shipment I was talking about. It's going to provide a very strong cavalry unit with multipliers against skirmishers and splash damage. So, very formidable. Problem is going to be if they can actually connect to the skirms or not, or if all this cavalry mass is going to be able to hold them off. Yeah, basically. Ooh, nice. He also got a batch of redcoats in too, which is going to help reinforce his numbs a bit. So here comes the 2 Minimouts. He's also going to train more Minimouts too. I would be a little cautious of that. I would personally want more Gurkha in this matchup and Sepoys. Get a nice line of infantry, but yeah, should be pretty interesting to say the least.
हाँ शरीर मार सकता है तो स्वर्गामी है
Ooh, wow, look, he's got a batch of Minimouts down there. He's got some of the... Oh, good. Get the ceasefire. Now you can place the Minimouts. That's where... Look, he's going to get the France to scramble like scrambled eggs to place the... Okay. Okay, now. Ooh, let's see. Where's he going to end up? He's got the up. He's right there. Whoa. Whoa. Ooh. Nice, nice, nice, nice. Good. Get the Minimouts. Hamla, Hamla. Oh, good stun there by the Explorer. That was a good stun. Up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not good. Man, horrible. Devastating. Okay, so it does look like the France won, but he did so with the Civ he already played with in the tournament, so I don't know if there was a live caster watching that or what. Somebody should have told them, hey, you know, you're really not supposed to play the same Civ again twice. At least that's what I thought, but so what is this series down here? This one. Which one's alright, so let's see what this is about. Who is this? Who that? Who is this? Oh, so this is Brigadier versus Jalefit. So I guess they allowed, interesting. So let him proceed. Fultus proceeds, okay. So now we're going to see Brigadier versus Jalefit. Brigadier is the Italians, and Jalefit is the Indians in this matchup, right? So in this particular situation, it's going to be a pretty interesting battle, because I think I have seen my lion's share of Italy versus India's before, and from what I can tell you, typically it really comes down to what the Italy is doing, because I have seen some very powerful Italy shipments that have sort of given me some problems there. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, that's going to be pretty interesting to watch here. But on the other side of things, I think India can usually, if I well, wait a second now. So, now that I remember correctly, typically when I'm India against Italy, I have been able to pressure my opponents pretty well with the set poise. Like, keep them pressed enough and annoyed and maybe taking out a few bills, and then by the time I hit H3, then how it typically cleans them up. I just remember that fact because I didn't think a lot about India versus Italy, but now that I remember it, I think India usually does pretty well against Italy. So yeah, consider that. Alright, so anyways, what is Italy doing down here? Italy is using their architect to build the structures for free, well, at least to a certain extent. And then when you need the building to be built faster, you have to do the finished building ability in the UI over here. And then you have to pay up the rest of the wood costs or the gold costs of the building to have it be done at normal speed. And what you do is you get a market in Age 1 is Italy, and you constantly keep queuing up market techs. So you get your hunting dogs. You can also get steel traps because you get access to your eco technologies in Age early. So, yeah, that's good. And that's important because researching technologies as Italy gives you free villagers. So the more market techs you can get early on as Italy, the more free villagers you get to your economy, right? Because Italy does not get villager cards. They don't. So really the way you beef up your villager economy with the boom early on is going to be through these market techs. Go hunting dogs, gang saw, placer mine, the two Vil ones, then steel traps, amalgamation, log flume, get all those. You should be golden with the Vil boom, right? So that means Italy instead will send capitalism, which is a gold trickle card. It's what some cities like the Ottomans use for their fast fortresses, so it is a pretty reasonable shipment to use, right? Yep. So it looks like Brigadier is getting a Lombard with his architect there. So he looks like he's going for maximum Lombards right now, yeah. Very interesting. So, yep, there's a reason why he's getting those Lombards now. It's because he wants to run some of the financier cards in his deck and be able to get a ton of free resources out of those shipments. Yeah, that's what he's mostly banking on here in general. So, Lombard 1, he's going to get a second Lombard. And then he's probably going to get a third one here with Monte di Pieta. Gives you a Lombard, and then it sticks 600 gold in all of the Lombards. Effectively giving you a huge churn out of food and wood, which is quite nice. So yeah, that's what the Italy will be playing. Now let's see what India's up to. What did India end up building here? So the India is going for a Tower of Victory. A Tower of Victory. I have never seen that before. What is this Jalefit doing, man? A Tower of Victory. That's a unique one. I'll be honest, that's really unique. I have never thought of that before. So what do you get with Tower of Victory? You get crates of wood for the Age Up reward. And then the Tower of Victory itself is basically a ability-based building. When you use the ability, it boosts up your unit's stats, makes them stronger, because they do more damage. So, yeah, that's basically going to be what I think this India wanted here. Was he wanted to go with his wonderful Tower of Victory ability here so he could get some more favorable fights. Which I think, hey, that's pretty interesting, you know? Absolutely. He's going flail elephants. Wait a second now. Where's he got a castle? How did he get a castle here? So he built a castle? Oh, he got a castle. I have never seen this build before. He's going to go Flail Elephants out of a castle against Italy. Whoa. And then he's shipping in 5 sepoys. This is interesting. I have never seen this of India before, so let's watch this one very carefully. Flail Elephant push. That is something. Yeah, so basically these Flail Elephants, if you didn't know, they're actually a Siege Trooper, so they're really good at, like, they do 80 damage with build, which is insane. Plus they do splash damage in melee, about 2 splash, and then they have multipliers against skirmishers. So, they're pretty decent against things that Handcap are good against, plus they're monsters at Siege. So he's going all out Siege Rush on Italian town center here. Ooh, Booty de Baba! Booty de Baba, look at that TC. Bing bada boom. Okay, so he's gonna go Minutemen. Obviously, Minutemen will do multipliers against these elephants because they are Siege Troopers, but the TC does go down. Look at that. The TC does go down. TC has gone down, right? And now it looks like he is retreating with his elephants because he's going to wait for those Minutemen to lose their HP, it looks like. And the Minutemen do clean up all the sepoys. So now what do? He's going to add in Sawars. Because Sawars are not Siege Troopers and they can actually, you know, handle these Minutemen a bit better, right? You know, obviously if Italy was doing a Paviseers, they would completely melt those as well and smoke them. Yeah, that's pretty good. Quite nice, actually. Alright, it looks like Italy did get his Basilica out with Fufuzi, so that is done. Alright, we're building Lombard number 3, and had enough wood to actually get another town center. So, that went pretty lucky for the Italy. They was able to replenish his town center. But it did burn through a bit of his wood stockpile that he was planning on getting through his financier cards, right? Absolutely, no, yeah, that definitely stung a bit there, I think. Because he planned on using that wood for something else now. But unfortunately, at this point, now he has to basically cope with that loss of stuff, yeah. So the Flail Elephants will now flail down that market. It's got Sawars on top of the Vills. Oh, he's punching the camels with the villagers. Look at that, he's knocked one of them out. KO. Humna. Humna. Big stinky camels. Yeah, look at the big stinky camels. They went down. Insane. Insane there, yeah. Is the town slayer firing at these Ellies? Yeah, looks like it is. This flail is almost down, actually. So how many flail elephants is he on? So he's got 2 of them? Oh, wow. He lost a lot of elephants there. Interesting. So now the India's going to switch pretty much on to Sepoy. Is that right? Yep. Okie dokie. Then 700 wood's coming in too. Very nice. Okay, so the Sepoys are going to come down and probably take a shot at these Vills, which I think would be a good way to apply some pressure. Italy still, because they had a good stockpile of food, were able to get their fortress agents still, which is pretty good. Now they're going to get the Adventurer, which is going to give them free Paviseers to deal with these Sepoys. So Italy is getting a nice comeback now. The comeback hit. So that's going to actually be pretty interesting here. Yeah, big time. Big time. It's quite nice, actually. Alright, more musketeers coming in. Quite nice.
Comandi? Pronti!
Come state?
Here comes the Paviseers. And then again, Lucan Financiers. Very good. Alright, so Paviseers should be able to help kite down these Sepoys, right? Yep. I want to see what the India's up to, because the India sort of went for a full-on push here with the Sepoys, so they got...
आदेश
No, so they got no more siege elephants, so it's really just Sepoy spamming at this point. Yeah. It's really going to come down to good micro from the India player to make sure that this mass doesn't become an issue. Especially considering he only has upgraded veteran muskets, so their stats are a little bit up. Up overall, I would say. Well, the range HP is actually the same. Range attack's slightly more, so maybe it's not as complicated there, yeah. Force logging. Got a nice medium trickle there now. Very good.
हाँ आदेश
India also got their batch of the Ramaliyats out using diplomatic intrigue on their consulate to be able to afford it. Basically to afford the alliance, making it only 25 export instead of 100.
Engine.
Ooh, nice. So Italy made a very powerful move. They went to industrial age so they could get the Basigliani here in age 4 skirmisher. You can see these skirms are quite good because they actually can use their trumpets to stun enemies during combat, giving the army that they're in a huge advantage there. So that should be quite nice. Going for guard on the halberdiers. Interesting. Where is he? So India's finally going to age 3 now. That's important. Taj Mahal. We got another Taj Mahal tonight. I have never seen Taj Mahals ever be used reliably in 1v1s before. So I don't know what this is all about, actually, this whole Taj Mahal thing. The Victory Tower, too, that's like a total shocker to me. Those are 2 wonders we never see, folks. We always see Shamanar Gate, Karnamata, Agrafort in that sort of order. Not in that sort of order, but really any order. But definitely not those 2. Begs to differ. What are these people thinking, man? Yeah. Big time. They could be onto something, but I just don't know yet. Alright, so got the free Papal Guards with the Papal Guard age up there is Italy, so those will be very powerful against Cav. More Bersiglianis coming in now. Yep. Oh, I see he's firing there. Wow, I didn't even notice that. I was like, whoa! Oh, good move there. But here comes the Arumis from the backside now. He's gonna slap him on the tail with his whip. His little sword whip. Amla, amla. Here comes the Arumi swords. Quite nice, yeah. But unfortunately, these Siglietis are just too powerful at this stage, so he had the GG. Yep, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So let's go on to the next match now. Interesting. So it looks like Italy. Oh wow, we're seeing another Italy from Brigadier. It looks like. Ah, so I guess they are allowed to use it again after their second match. It looks like. Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that. All right. Yeah. So we got Italy again. Gonna be setting up their market right. They got their market up. Gonna be getting great coat furs and then hunting dogs. So getting as many market techs as they possibly can, because every tech you research is Italy gives you a free villager. So you gotta get those market techs as fast as possible here to get the most maximum economy as you can with Italy. Right. But the difference now is the opponent is British. So the British have a lot of interesting stuff that they can do. The main threat you're going to have is Brits. The Brits are going to be able to manor boom like crazy, get manor house after manor house, usually around age 2 or so, and then eventually they're going to be creeping up on you with 20 plus villager count. So it's really critical that the Italy tries to get all the techs that they can, so that they can get their own free villagers and try to go tit for tat. It's usually what you want to try to do here. Also in this situation, definitely the army that Italy will be dealing with is a bit different, so this Brit will just go super duper musket spam. Ideally out of 2 or 3 barracks, possibly even a stable of hussars. I don't necessarily know in this matchup if Italy will get a window to go into an industrial age and get the Sigliaries this time. If they do, it'll be a miracle. Otherwise, I think Brits will be able to keep them on their toes. So, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff there. So what are we seeing with this Brit deck? So you do have 3-vil, and then you have infinite 2-vil in case you get an extra shipment, so STD, standard. We got longbowman, musket, crates, fills, upgrades. Okay. This looks like a deck we've seen quite commonly for a lot of people, so that looks pretty normal. That's Italy. 1v1 rush. Looks like this Italy might go more aggro. Might play Musketeer or Pavasier right out of the gate. Very interesting. So they're already building up a Lombard. Then they're going to probably might build a second Lombard. Who knows what's on the recipe at this point. But yep, they're definitely cooking towards an aggressive build here from the looks of it. So they're going to be going up with the Governor. 200 gold in the tower. Same with the Brits. They'll also be going Governor. They always go Governor as well, so that's good. So yeah. Yeah, I expect it to be Musketeer versus Musketeer here in the initial phase, because that's what it seems like. That's what it's pointing at. So yeah, that should be pretty good. We'll see how it is though. Okay, Architects have built a second Lombard over there. Whereas the Egypt gets them necessary gold and tower in that spot. Very nice.
Yes. Ready.
Alright, so the Explorer is going to get the 70 gold there, it looks like, right? Very nice.
Yes. Commandment.
700 wood. Got a Fuzi, so he's gonna get a free Basilica there as well for Italy. Right there. And what does he build now? Okay, so he's getting a barracks in that spot, looks like next. So is the architect gonna try to build the barracks? Looks like he is. Most odd, yeah. Going Fast Fortress into Adventurer. Very, very interesting. Will he add, oh no, I thought I was going to add Advanced Politicians, but now he's going Monte de Pieta, it looks like, yep. Should be quite nice. Now, the Brit is expected is going to go Double Barracks Musket, so I'm going to play heavy push on them. But it is sort of the initial phase now, so not a ton of manor houses yet. So how many are they on now? 8. So 8 extra vills. This is the 600 wood card, right? So they should be able to add another, probably like 3 or 4 onto the stack. Get to like 10, 11, 12 extra vills. So that should give them a pretty good score over the Italy for a certain amount of time. That's kind of what they're going to be crunching towards here. Yep. Barracks is coming up from the architect, it looks like, yeah. Brit is still doing double barracks musket, it looks like, yep. Upon the sage up, the Italy will gain Pavasiers again, so those will be good against the encroaching muskets, which are already here, if you look over there. Let's see if we can defend this properly, though. Here comes the Pavasiers. Go to this block. Yep, alongside these muskets here. Very good. He's gonna be shipping in some stuff over there, right? Yep. Here comes the Black Company. So you got about 5 Black Riders and 5 Armored Pistoliers. Some really powerful mercenaries there for the Italy side. Whereas Brits are just going to keep going musket, musket, musket. Right now they got about 34 muskets. And now they're going to pivot in a stable for Hussar as well. I think Hussar is probably not going to be too useful. You probably just need more muskets, personally. Yep, because you're going to be dealing with a ton of shooting units that are in skirmishers. So Hussar is really going to be kind of flat here. And especially with those armored pistoliers, you need a bigger stack of muskets. So the armored pistolier splash attack does not decimate you too early. Yeah, that's a huge concern, I would say, here, definitely. Also, you got the Broken Lance Company, the Albanian Company here too, so you possibly might have to be dealing with Stradiots and Bosniaks as well, which could be dangerous.
Desti.
Here comes the Falcons from Italy, though. Let's see if they can protect him. They should be able to. I think he has enough anti-cav to protect these cans. So it looks like Brigadier does up his muskets and veterans, so they're going to be a little bit tougher than these guys right now.
Comandi?
Falconets do target the stable, right? That's mainly what he's going to try to get down, I think. GG, well played, congrats. Yeah, not bad. Pretty good there with the Italy. So it seems like twice in a row, series-wise, we have seen somebody coming back as the Civ they won in the first game and clinching it in the third game. Very fascinating. Yeah. So which one are we on now? So now we are going to the Cuter Boy versus Obi-Wan series. This will be another best out 3 that we're going to look at, so this should be pretty good. Let's start up. Let's see what we got. Very nice. Okay, so Cuter Boy is the Brits, and Obi-Wan Kenobi is the Ottomans. So we got an Ottoman versus British here, it looks like. Should be interesting. Brits versus Ottomans always offers a interesting challenge to observe, so will be fun to follow. So British are down here and Ottomans are up here. Ottomans are going to get a mosque, they're going to get a trading post. The reason for that is Ottomans really care about their unit shipment timing, so the way they get their shipments out as fast as possible, such as the Abbas one, the Falconet one, the Safai one, is basically getting a mosque to trickle some XP and then getting the trade route deliveries from the trading posts of XP. So basically Ottomans can get towards a very fast industrial timing, a very fast fortress timing, or whatever sort of strategy they're going for. It really helps them out quite a bit, typically. So that's what they're going to do there. So now, we're going to find out right around the time the first card arrives, what will be the exact plan of this Ottoman. So where are we at, Ottoman? So 3 vills first. Now, he does have Sublime Port. Something we've noticed quite a bit with these Ottomans is if you see Sublime Port in their deck, that is a sign that they're going for a fast fortress or a semi-fast fortress. They are considering age 3. Because what they end up doing is they get like probably like 2,000, 3,000 food, and then they turn it on to a big amount of wood, and then, yeah, it's quite interesting. So the deck is called Fake. So what is Fake? So he's going to trick him somehow? There's some trickery involved here? Fake. Let's see what Fake does. Yeah. Alright, so the Brit deck, pretty solid. Has everything you really need. It has your longbows, your musket cards, your crates. It does have spice trades, so if you can basically get all the hunts on this map, since it's a pretty hunt-heavy map, you can eat pretty well here and be able to keep up your musket numbers, which is great. So yeah, that's pretty good. It's going to be a pretty tough one to see who ends up taking the win here, honestly. So we're going to have to watch this one very carefully. Keter Boy did get about 25 wood. Whatever sort of wood treasure you get as the Brits is always a good one, because it just means one extra villager down the road by building another manor house, which is great. So Brits are going to go Governor. Hello, Governor. 200 gold and power. Ottomans going for their second shipment of capitalism now. And Quartermaster for 400 wood. Pretty standard stuff there, honestly. Yep. Basically, the Brits really love the Governor Age Up because it gives them some gold right off the bat that they can actually put right into musketeer production without having to keep bills on coin right away, you know? They can get the first, like, wave of them, I would say. Right, and then that other 50 gold can actually go into hunting dogs as well, which you can get with Brits because normally British are going to have a market available since they want to get that gang saw tech. Right, the 100 food wood chopping technology. So the Brit does start out with hunting dogs, and then he's going to move towards gang saw, most likely, so he can get through his manor boom rather fast. Yep, so we do see a manor house coming up over here to try to herd in these bison and get them in towards the TC, pretty much, yep.
Yes? Ready.
Oh, fascinating. So we got Cheyenne Riders from the Brit player. That's kind of an oddity. We rarely ever see that. So opening with Cheyenne Riders for the British. Very fascinating. I think it's a very risky play because Ottomans are doing a double barracks janissary. Is the Brit player aware of that? Or no, he's not. So he doesn't know about that, unfortunately. So I think he's going to be in for a rude awakening because he's going to be doing all this Cheyenne attacking and stuff, and then he's going to get the big evet of janissaries that's going to be all over. Yeah, no, like, yeah, he is going to get some raiding done, probably take out a few Uruk's. He got 1 out, he got 2 out. So he is down his economy a bit there, but not, he's still dealing with janissaries there, so you do need a barracks of some kind in your base. Absolutely. So he is going 600 wood. Hopefully he's thinking about getting military production now. I mean, the rating is helping out a little bit, you know. He is pinning him a little bit there. Okay, let's see if we can get another build. Oh, very good. Okay, get out. Get out now. You did enough. Alright, so he's going to ship in the longbowmen. Hopefully get the barracks up. Get some more longbowmen. Because if we can go longbowmen Cheyenne, that's a viable matchup. You know, you could use the Cheyennes against skirmishers and cavalry and then use the longbowmen against everything else. That's a viable setup. So yep, Ottoman's tying in the 2C. keeping them from their wood. Ooh, these Cheyennes are going to lance onto his... Oh, nice. Look at that. Another dead Vil. Very nice. Ooh. Whew. Look, hot potato. Got a Vil. Hot potato. Got another one. It's great. So he's gotten quite a bit of rating done here, the British player. I think it's honestly kind of nice, you know. Alright, he's going to get his barracks up. He does have longbowmen here, though. So if varmints come at him, he does actually have a bit of a defense prepared. So just let the longbowmen stay off to the side. Don't take any direct fights with them and make the armament run away. All the while, the armament economy is getting crippled. You know, it's being crippled pretty well here. Look at, now he's got 2 parties of Cheyennes on top of his base, which is probably going to force the armament into a retreat. You know, and that gives the Brits a chance to grow their infantry army up. Yep, get your spice trade going, so your food economy is totally secured for doing double barracks production. And then just get the Vils you need on either wood or gold ready to go, so you can do a double queue. That combined with Cheyennes, it's looking pretty fatal there, honestly. So that should be quite nice.
Usakaga. Aseki.
That's the Cheyennes basically gunning down those Janissaries there because they were in small numbers. And now the why is he pushing with the Vils for? What is up with the Vils here? What is he doing? What's he doing, man, with the Vils? He's going after his hunts or something? Where are these Vils going? He's eating these hunts now. He's eating his forward hunts. What's this man doing? I mean, he's winning though. He's winning because look at the Ottomans. Okay, the Ottomans are getting resources, but wait a second. What is he gonna do? Ryer. Yes, this is. Oh, man, that was good. Yeah, like, look, he could have built the boundary and the barracks and fought back, but he was so discombobulated he just quit on the spot. Man, that's scary. I didn't see that coming. I thought the Cheyenne was going to be a liability there, but it ended up being a really good win condition. That was pretty nice, honestly. I did not expect that. That was a nice surprise for me to see. No, I like that. That was a good one. So now we're going to be moving on to the second game of Obi-Wan versus other feller. Other filler. What's his name? Keter Boy. Yep, Keter Boy. Game number 2. And then we'll move on to the Diaroga series next. So now we got Keter Boy as Japoneses, and then Obi-Wan Kenobi is the United States. So we got a United States versus Japan. Very interesting one. So Japan on this map, you got a few options. You can either go shrines or you can go fishing, you know, in terms of your mainstream economy. Yeah. But one thing you're always going to want to do on the Saguenay or any war map is Japan. Ship in 3 fishing boats before you do anything else, you know. Don't go 2 villagers, go 3 fishing boats. It's a really good, immediate boost to your economy, you know, because a free fishing boat shipment is a lot better than a 2 villager one, I will tell you, because the gather rate's going to be a lot better there, pretty much. Yep. Yep. See, he does have it in his deck. He knows what to do. He's got the 3 fishing boat card. He even has the 5 fishing boat card. So, if everything's going good for Japan now, he might be able to actually get, you know, a ton of fishing boats out. He also has the Atakebune card as well, so he can get 2 batches of these as well, which is really good. Because that's essentially going to set him up really good for the mid-game in Age 3, should it come to it, I would say. And he's facing pressure on the water, yeah. So first batch of fishing boats is shipping in right now. He's going to put it right on the fish. Should help him get a pretty reasonable age up time, honestly. So the Japan does go Portuguese consulate. So that means once he's with the Portuguese allies, the cost of the Japanese wonders will be 680 food instead of 800 food. So he's saving 120 on the food costs, which should help out quite a bit there. Yeah, so we'll just check out in a bit what the others look like.
Sí. Preparado.
At attention.
¿Qué me ordena?
Yes?
USA did a very interesting thing. They actually stuck an outpost right here to try to push on Japan's fishing boats, which I thought was pretty interesting. Japan was like, you know what? I'm just going to take my Ashigarus and I'm going to just weed down that tower pretty much. So, getting rid of the threat there. Japan's now going to get about 600 wood. It's their first one, so they can send it again as Japan, which is great. USA going for a fast fortress into New Hampshire. Wow. I love the New Hampshire age up. It's very surprising. I don't see it a lot in competitive play. So what New Hampshire does, which is pretty strong, they grant you access to an age 3 factory. That's something. And then also they give you access to the Napoleon cannons because of the French-Canadian stack too. So that's quite nice. Comes a nice batch of regulars here. Town center trying to garrison. Yeah, Kita Boy is pressing pretty hard with the Ashigaras. I don't think Fast Fortress was the play here for USA. Because Japan deploys pretty quickly with their Ashigaras. Because the problem is, Japan can ship their unit cards twice. So it's very easy for Japan to go quickly to a +10 on their Ashigarus on top of what they're making out of the barracks. So you gotta be kind of, you know, careful with that, basically. Otherwise things can go pretty bad pretty quickly. Now, looks like another house. He's literally housing his opponent to death. Because he's gonna... Yeah, see, he's gonna get that house down, and then he's not gonna be able to train anything else now. He's gonna have 3... He's got 3 Gatling guns, but no way of actually protecting them, and then the Ashigarus can just go right underneath him with their little spears and just stab him. That's literally it. Because the thing is, Ashigarus have a movement speed of 4.5, so they move pretty quickly, you know. They're a pretty fast-moving soldier there, so you gotta be careful of them. Alright, so Japan is backing off, though, looks like. All USA can do is just keep sending these pikeman levies with the Spanish immigrants, which is a pretty nifty card they send right there. One thing I find interesting about this deck, it was basically a hybrid deck because he opened up the possibility of going Delaware, and he had the possibility of going with the Scottish immigrant Pennsylvania because he added in the advanced saloon, the Chinese immigrants, and then the Scottish immigrants. So he was going for some pretty interesting ideas there, I think, honestly. So, yeah. If USA, for some reason, gets a ton of TPs, they could go back and get those Highlanders. That's a possibility. But we'll see. See what happens. Yeah. Here comes the Naganatas. Nice batch of Naganas alongside the Ashigarus. Let's see if the Nagis can take out the Gatlings, because if they can, that'd be pretty good. It's really the only thing keeping USA alive is these Gatling guns. After that, it's just a bunch of useless pikemen there. They'll fall victim to your Ashigarus. He's going for rolling artillery number 2, which is going to give him 2 Gatling guns. And then if he sends it again, he'll get 1 Gatling gun. And then once you go through that cycle, it goes back from the top, and then you get 3 Gatling guns again. So it's kind of a funny card, you know, 3 Gatling gun, 2 Gatling gun, 1 Gatling gun, and then it goes back to 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. So yeah, the more you send it, the more artillery you're going to get, which is great. But always on that odd number interval of 1, 4. Well, actually no, it's odd and even. So 1, 4, 7, 10, and yeah. You'll get most Gatling guns out of it. So now he's got 5 Gatling guns. Pikeman is still alive. They get him on top of the Nagis. Nagi behind you. Gatling gun. He doesn't even have this in bombardment. What are you doing, man? He like completely threw it out in the middle of the nowhere there. That wasn't good. Alright, so now USA has nothing. They can send like 1 Gatling gun now, right? 1 Gatling gun, or they can get like 8 regulars. He doesn't even have enough wood for Pulowskis. So, yeah, very bad. Very bad situation. Yeah, not good. So, Japan did a great job there, honestly. And did Japan end up sending any more fishing boats in, by any chance? Yeah, they did. They actually did a 5 fishing boats shipping too. So, they have about 11 fishing boats on the water without a dock, which is pretty good. I mean, they never had to like commit to a dock and sending wood to make the fishing boats, so that alone counts for something. Now going for diplomatic intrigue, I would assume he would probably be going towards Japanese isolationism to do Yamabushis to siege him up, but doesn't even need to. He already won. That was good. Very nice. So now we go on to the next series, which will be the Diaruga series. See what Diaruga's got in mind. Go down here, Diaruga. Mekalunga, Dairuga, Nijilau, Dairuga. So this is game number 1, and then we'll look at game number 2 next. So we got Dairoga as the ornament. Hey, I wanted to see that. Oh man, ugh. That's unfortunate. Let's see the next one now. Check out game number 2 at least. That would be good. Game number 2. Alright, so Dairoga French versus his Chinese opponent here going as the Portuguese. French versus Portuguese on Sagune. Alright, so kind of an interesting one. I think it really is up in the air who wins this one personally. I think the map really does work in the angle of both players. I think the natives really aims towards helping the French. And definitely the access to water can be really good for the Portuguese here, should they want to go for it. So I'll put my cards in the middle and say it's really up to the best man here of who's going to win. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'm going to do here, personally. Yeah.
Oui. Votre ordre? Oui. Oui.
Alright, so what's... Oh, he's going a 12 CBD age up on water. Alright, so this is a counter water deck. It's not a water deck, it's a counter water deck. So you got caravels in H2 to fight fishing boats. And then you got a frigate in H3 to fight fishing boats. So it's a counter water deck. Probably took too long to type that, so we just called it water. Oh, it's water. That's what I use on water. Water deck. Yeah, basically. Portuguese, where are Portuguese running? So they didn't even get their first shipment yet, which I'm pretty surprised by. Whoa. Was he going Azor Treasure Guardian stuff or what? Alright, so what does he run? Is he gonna get Fitorias, right? Some kind. Dude, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, laddie? You gonna get a card or a tarjeta? What's going on? He's not shipping a card. It's not shipping a card right now. You're not shipping a card right now. Are you okay? Sir, are you in trouble? Do you need help? What does his decks look like, man? He has Fitorias. So he's... What are you doing, Kermit? Hey, Kermit, what are you doing? Gotta get Fitorias or something. Get something at least. You know, it's not like the old days of Portugal when you had no good card options. Now you at least get Fitorias. So is he just waiting to send a bunch of crates in H2 or something? Could be. Could be. That's the only thing I can guess here, you know? It's really tough to say what he's planning, but yeah. It is totally, it's really an old school Portugal then, because that's what old school Portuguese would do. They just, if you play Wars of Liberty and see a Portuguese opponent, they'll just sit back and not send 8 cards until H2 and be super smug. They won't even send Eco Theory. So he's being super old school by doing this, yeah. Alright, so he's got his covered wagon here. Where's the covered wagon? Up right now he pops open his deck. Goes for 700 wood. Okay, so he's playing very old school. He just went completely around Fitorias for some reason. Going right for the wood card. Where's that town center going to go? So he's going to do a forward town center with the barracks. That's a very aggressive play right there. 10p. So is he going to go aggression? We've rarely ever seen aggressive Portuguese in this tournament. Because he does have the Cannoneers card. Could go Cannoneers on him and get a decent crush unit there. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm kind of considering. You know, is he going to get Cannoneers at all? Could be a fascinating play. Absolutely. Would be quite something. We're going to open up with pikemen from the barracks. Like I said, 700 coin. Yeah. Kind of a confusing situation here. I'm not totally sure what this Portugal's exactly doing here at all, really. Definitely not. Here comes the pikers coming along here now. He's going to siege right away at that frame post right there. Very good. Now I'm gonna queue up a musket. Yep. Oh no, he's gonna go pikeman still, and then he's gonna ship in cannoneers. So this is a Portuguese rush. Portuguese rush. It's something we don't see a lot of in these tournaments. Portuguese rush is interesting because they stick the town center right on top of the barracks there. And then basically, if they try to push the forward base, you just throw the vills in the town center, and now they have a huge semi-fort on top of it, literally shooting you down. It's quite the situation. Yeah. But what is France going to do? So France is going to be going... Okay, so they're going to be going musketeer now. I think they know that they're going to have to play defensively here. So they're going to go musketeers to shoot the pikes. They really can't go hussar, so it's really just going to be musketeer for now. He's probably going to pop a few hussars once he sees the cannoneers left. That's like pretty much guaranteed. So yeah, pretty good there, I would say. Yep.
Votre ordre? Bonjour. Correct.
Oh, yeah. Oh, got one cannoneer. That's good. Good fighting with the CBDs. Okay. Oh man. Oh, he's using the cannoneers to shoot the CBDs in the back of the base. Look at that. That's unexpected. Okay, now he's gonna. Good job targeting the cannoneers first, because that's your biggest threat. I mean, you can eventually musket down those pikes, but you gotta get those cannoneers out first. Right, there you go. Okay, so now the cannoneers are gone. There are some muskets, but honestly, that's very doable now. Should be able to clean that up. He is shipping in crossbowmen, so he is getting a backup of crossbowmen to fight heavy infantry with, which I think should be pretty good in that situation. Yep. Okay, so I see somebody did send a chat, but it doesn't show it in the chat log yet. It says chat rate of 1. I wonder what they said. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it'll arrive soon so I can read your chat. Yeah. Crossbowmen going to be the best way to sort of push off these heavy infantry and give France a bit of time to age up. Yep, go up to age 3. Go with the Exiled Prince. Get their age up going. So, in this situation, we're in a weird... Yeah, typically we see the Portuguese being the ones who goes for the naked fast fortress and, like, aging up all the time. Now we got a, France that's actually doing the age 3. And then, yeah, the France doing age 3 and Portugal's just sticking it down in age 2. Kind of like a Chorizo Zarate Portugal situation, yeah. Because Chorizo Zarate goes for a big boy rush and then he ends up fumbling it and then he gets caught behind by like 2 or 3 ages. So, yeah, this is a very Chorizo Zarate Portuguese gameplay, I would say. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely something there. Yep, 100%. So, yeah, that's pretty fascinating. So I think, yeah, it's probably going to go in favor of the French, you know. I think, honestly, they just get their falconets up, and then, yeah, everything should be pretty good for them there. Yeah, basically. So veteran muskets coming in. Very nice. CBD, Cree CBD, 2 falconets. Yep, once you get the artillery, things will be going a lot better for you attacking the town center, I would say. So that'll be great. You could even attack these barracks from this side and ignore the town center for a while. But I don't know. Okay, so it looks like Portuguese army is right there. They got mostly muskets with a few pikes mixed in. French has some veteran muskets now, some crossbows and 2 falconets. Now they're going to start up doing Dragoon Skirmisher. The deadly wombo combo with the French, Skirmisher with Dragoon. That should give them a pretty good range support right there. Now falconets are going to start bashing away at this trading post, as you can see right here, which is quite good. Very nice. With that, really good siege there, honestly. So that's good. Really nice. See? Good. Skirm Dragoon coming out now. And then a ship an 8 skirmisher, give you more range support. Portugal did make it to H3, so now they can start doing organ guns, cazadors, dragoons, halbs, whatever they're going to need. So they're going to start out with dragoon, it looks like. Since they already have the barracks, they can already sword train the cazadores right now. So dragoons really the extra unit that they need. So dragoons engaging with cazadors, not a good idea, so you probably want to pull those back, honestly. And probably just go in this direction and then pop down here to get the town center, I would say, yeah. Portugal just getting placer mines so they can afford cazador gold costs a bit easier now, which would be great. Very nice. See? Oh, good. Taking out that big batch of Minutemen there. Now I can get the TC down, hopefully. Right, yep. GG, man. GG. Well played. Very good. Good comeback there by Diaroga. Definitely. Because sometimes a Portugal-Russian H2 can be very imposing. I actually dealt with a few of them back when I did Wars of Liberty tournaments against Mouse King. I was going Zulu trying to rush the Portugal, but the Portugal ended up rushing me with the town center. I was like, I can't deal with this, and I ended up getting defeated. Yeah, it's a pretty scary thing. Just saying. So, Yeah, but good job by Diaroga being that. He is sort of an old school Age of Empires 3 player, so I think he had the skill set of doing it personally, which I think really helped him out there pretty much, yeah. So now we're going to look at Kaiser Klein versus whoever the other person is. Okay, so that game didn't work. Let's try the other one now. I'll check who that is on the phone first. Alright, let's look at game number 2 of this one, since the first one now is synced. Corin's name correctly, right? Yep. Shouldn't have any issues there. But hopefully game 2 will work at least. Alright, so we got Kaiser Klein as France, and then his Chinese opponent is playing as Swedish. France versus Sweden. Sweden? Yep, with that. Alright, so, France versus Sweden. Two very strong civs, so it's going to be pretty tough to say who's going to win this one, personally. I think it really comes down to what the Swedish strategy is. Right? But I do know Kaiser Klein pretty good, and he's a pretty strong opponent, so I'm going to give maybe him an edge here. Because I've seen him play a ton of matches before, and he's pretty solid. So we'll have to see who ends up winning this. If we saw who won the first game, I think we would have had a bit of a bias, but since that was synced, we really don't know who's going to be the victor here, personally. Alright, so basically, best thing Swedes can do on this map, get as many of these torps as possible. Right? These torps basically gather nearby resources, so they'll gather from this mine. If you look right here, it says 0.27 gold per second, as well as food. It's gathering food from the berry bush that the house builds, and then it's gathering from the mine as well. And sometimes it can even gather from a nearby tree or hunt. Yep, see that? Look, it's also gathering from this nearby huntable too. On the outside of the periphery there, so that's really neat. One thing that you can do actually with these torps is if you find herdables on the map, you can wait for them to fatten up, and the torp will actually gather from them for you. So you don't even need your vills to eat the meat. The house will eat the meat for you. Which seems super weird when you think about it, but yeah, it's an interesting fact. Definitely. So what deck we looking at here? 1-1. Whatever this Chinese letter is. So 3 villagers. You got your Hussar card, your Lever Cannon card. You do have your Blueberries card there that basically upgrades the berry bushes that the torps produce to blueberries, which have more food, and the torps gather from them faster, which is good. You also have your Engelberg Ironworks. This is really critical because this doubles the mining rate of your torps houses. So you're again like almost like 5.6 gold per second from a mine, which is great. Also, typically what you see a Swedish player do is they'll get Dominions first, because Dominions gives you about 4 torps wagons, so you can quickly spread those out onto the map very quickly without your villagers, and they'll build a lot faster than a villager can build the torp. So it's a nice boom-up card for you, pretty much. Yeah, it also makes the torp slightly more durable, too. So it's a little bit less likely to being rushed by an enemy musketeer, for instance. So that's always good. Alright, aging up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. 200 gold in the tower. French going up with the Core Master. Seems pretty good. So French are running 1v1. So French could go without in age 2, or they could go age 3. Really depends, right? So we do see some CBDs going on the gold. That's actually to get the hunting dogs technology from the market. Because you try to at least get hunting dogs and placer mines between age 1 and 2 as France. Looks like he's also getting the gang saw though, so he is going to get some increased wood chopping. So I don't know if that means we're going to see pikemen here or anything like that. That's pretty fascinating actually. So yep, let's see what these vills do here. They're going to pick up the wood. Here comes 700 wood coming in as well. Pretty nice.
Bonjour.
And also, we got the vills over here too, right? Very good. Comes the 700 wood now too, yeah. Steel traps, very good. So that's telling me probably we're going to see an early game France. We're not going to see a fast fortress exactly, because the wood is going to go right into production of some kind. So we see a barracks here already. Odds are that wood could also... Oh, he's going crossbow. He's going archer. Okay. He's going double barracks, crossbowman. That's what the wood's for. Alright. So, reason he's doing that is because the Swedes' main troop is the Karoliner, which is the heavy infantry. So he's thinking, alright, I can maybe go crossbowman against that and go heavily on Archer to beat that out, which would be great.
Votre ordre? Prêt! Votre ordre? Prêt!
When pike and shot,
Votre ordre?
spamming a ton of pikes with a few supporting crossbowmen to support them at range. Also going to be shipping in 3 Hussars, more crossbowmen coming in right now. Alright, so the Sweden is going to try to defend it with just a stable with Hussars. Problem is, Hussars are really bad against massed pikemen like that, so really Kaiser Klein is in a pretty safe spot here, I think. He is going to ship in the leather cannons though. These are early game artillery that he can use to try to slowly rip up those pikemen, potentially. Also, the Minutemen can help with that to an extent as well. So, it's really going to be up to Kaiser Klein to figure out a way of potentially dealing with these cannons as well as these Minutemen. I think what he's going to do is going to try to use the crossbowmen to down the Minutemen and use his pikemen to sort of rip through these Hussars. Okay, he's got his 3 Hussars shipping right on top of the lair cans and they are negated. So that ends that threat. And now Minutemen and Hussars are on the run. Pikemen connect. I think we're going to lose another Hussar there from Sweden. 2 Hussars from Sweden. And the third one's up. The third one's down from Sweden. Alright, so no more military for Sweden. All he has is his Hussar shipment at this point. He can queue up 1 more at the stable. Whereas France, they're going to queue up more crossbowmen and ship in about 8 more crossbowmen. So they're in pretty good shape. How many more cards do they get? So they get gold cards. Okay, they get eco theory. I'm just trying to see because he's going to be getting a pretty good amount of XP bounty from taking out these Torps houses here. So I think the Sweden's looking pretty good there, honestly. So that's quite good. Quite nice. So that'll be pretty awesome. We got another Torp down. Should give him some decent XP. Also more pikemen coming out too. I think he canceled out the crossbowmen. He had more pikemen in because he knows his opponent doesn't have a barracks at all. So really you just need to go pike, pike, pike, pike, pike. Like that. And then the Hussars should be gone. Alright, so pikemen right on top of the town center there. Should be a clean finish, honestly. Because pikeman has 32 siege. And yeah, just look what they do with the Torp right there. TC is going down right now. Doesn't have Minutemen anymore. Doesn't have any sort of... Yeah, nope, nothing. Nothing he can do. He's a sitting duck. He's a sitting quacker. He doesn't have enough gold for brigadiers either, so he can't even do that. I think he's just scrambling like scrambled eggs to figure out what he can do with this siege on his TC. It is over. Totally over. Yeah. Over easy. Just like your eggs. Yep. Good game there, Kaiser Klein. You're going to be moving on to the round of 32. Very good. So now we're going to go on to the next one now. Let's see where we're at. Let's go down to here. What series are we on now? We're in Antinomy versus Den or whatever his name is. Den. Hey, it's Denden. Denden. It is Denden. Denden's you. Oh, wow. Okay. So, antimony here will be the French. And then Denden will be India. So, India versus France. I think India versus France, pretty even matchup. Obviously, the last time we saw that today, France had the advantage. But I think that was a very special case because that France was running the Jaeger shipment and the Blackbriar shipment. That's a pretty abnormal combination to do with France. So, yeah, I think things will be a little bit more normalized here, frankly. But we'll see. We'll see, though. Yeah, but, it really comes down to how well the India plays, I think, honestly. India will get a 25 wood treasure there. I think that's quite good. Obviously, any wood treasure you get as India just makes it easier for you to macro because you can build your 80 wood houses, you can spend it on your villas, which costs about 100 wood, which is abnormal, but it's what you get with India. So, yep, makes it really easy for you to make sure that your villager queue is always running as India while you're trying to finagle your age up. Yeah, that's always a challenge for India, you know, balancing villager economy with age up time, because to age up, you need your vills on the huntables, but to keep your vill line going, you got to keep them on trees. So, yeah, that's why we see a lot of people sometimes just go for a 10 villager age up with India and just skip the houses altogether and just go up with 10 vills and just stick them straight up on hunts. But, yeah, no. I think it's usually better to go with a more balanced macro of like 14, 15, 16 villagers India age up. So that way things are a little bit nicer for you and cushioned when you get your aggro forward up and you're ready to do set boys. But that's me at least, you know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, pretty much. Looks like these elephants are healing each other up right now. Distribute Vism Wood Trickle is arriving. It's the only card you can do as India since you don't get any 3 villager card. But you do get a free villager with it since every Indian card gives you a free vill, which is quite nice. For France, native deck. So we're going to see a native style push here by France. We're probably going to see Ancien Regime as the second card here since the CBDs were the first one. Ancien Regime basically gives you a pretty good unit to rush with, the Royal Musketeer. It's a musketeer that gets a charge attack with a pistol, where it does about, I think it's like 44 range attack, which is pretty nice, and then it sort of just acts like a regular musket at that point. So, yeah, that's quite good. That's basically what France likes to push with. Just the only thing you need to be aware of, though, is that the ones you get from the Ancien Regime do cost 1 population, so you do need to get a bit of housing space for that in your vills. But other than that, Royal Musketeer rushes are pretty legit. We are getting Ancien Regime right over here on this side here. So Ancien Regime is arriving. He will probably put the native embassy in somewhat of an aggressive forward area over there pretty much, and then be able to attack. Yeah, basically. Also, you are on a map that has the Cheyenne and the Comanches on it, or actually the Cheyenne and the Apaches on it, so you have a melee cavalry and a light cavalry, so you might see those here as well alongside those Royal Muskets, which could be pretty good. Absolutely, so maybe we'll see that too. Just saying. Is continuing to pick up the standard market text for France in Age 1. Hunting dogs, place of mines, which is great. Yeah, place of mines right there. India is going for a 16 villager Karnamata. Interesting. So a 16 villager Karnamata. The Karnamata boosts the nearby gather rate of your villagers, so they become better economically. Also gives you a ton of miscellaneous crates of food, wood, and gold that you can pick up right away, which is good. So India's going to get foreign logging, so that's their medium wood trickle. It's about 2.35 per second, so it's a little bit more bare than the Age 1 wood trickle. And they are constructing a barracks, right? Yep, barracks. I'm going to go set poise, most likely. Now, they'll have to be careful with those Royal Muskets, though, because those Royal Muskets, they'll hit those sepoys pretty hard with the charged pistol attack, so it's not going to be that easy. It really isn't. Okay, so where is it? Right here, mid map, just as expected. So here comes those Royal Musketeers right now. There's about 3 of them right here. So they do about... Oh, look at this nifty trick. So he doesn't waste the charge attack on the treasure guardians. He puts them into their sword mode. So they only use their sabers to fight these bandit riders. Smart move, actually, because now when he goes to fight the Sepoys, he will retain his charged pistol attack right when he needs it most and go pop on them, basically. Yeah, that's quite good. Alright, so Royal Musket's coming in. Very nice. 4 CBDs coming in, followed by native combat. So he's going to gain a 15% HP and attack increase on these Royal Muskets. You can only imagine what it's going to do with the charge attack. Yeah, so let's see how good he micros these Royal Muskets against the Sepoys. Ooh! He got a villager, didn't he? I think he got a vill there. Very nice, yeah. I think what happens once you get the native combat cards, the Royal Musket's regular stats starts to become pretty formidable, too. So, yeah, I mean, still 22 range, not bad. 22 range attack, that is not bad. But India does get Gurkhas, though, so India is responding in life, so you gotta be careful. He's gonna try to run these Gurkhas on your Royal Muskets and take them out from afar. So, yep, running the Explorer in the front is always a good idea, probably. Okay, so Explorer's down. Wow, look at that. Look at these Gurkhas get to work. And the elephant trying to snare them too. Pretty smart idea actually there. Yep. Okay, so 3 Gurkhas coming in there, right? Very nice. And on the French side, adding in more CBDs, right? Very nice. And shipping in 700 wood. Very good. Ooh, what is he doing here with these ones? These ones were in big trouble there. Yeah. And so France, does he have a gold shipment? Yeah, he's picking up right now. He's probably going to go to Fortress Age to upgrade his Royal Muskets further. Yeah, and maybe even go for Native Warriors to cheapen all his natives after that, too. Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst idea. He's not going to send Native Trees until he gets a Cheyenne site and Apache site to make the most of it. I think it's a pretty smart move. Sorry. What do you mean sorry? What do you mean sorry? Okay. What are you doing, man? What, do you pause or something? That's weird. Oh, wow, look at that. That's some bad pathing right there, son. Oh, there's 2 Royal Muskets now. That's not good. So now he's going up to H3 with the Exile Prince. He's probably going to go for his big boy shipments now, actually. Falconets, it's Skirms, Cuirasses. Get all the big boy ones in, and that should be pretty good. Yeah, definitely. 100%. Very nice. Yep. There comes the Agri Fort now. Very nice. Another upgrade coming in for the Bourbons. They'll buff up the Royal Muskets. Yep, look at them now. Almost 60 range attack on the charge. That's beautiful. That's a real snipe right there, yeah. Agri Fort coming right up over here. Protecting this area. I believe it's going to grant him some free Gurkhas, right? Yep. Free Gurkies. Switching to the French consulate for probably resource crates, I would imagine, right? Yeah. Or could be going Grenadiers, who knows at this point. Coming up the side. Oh! Takes out a Vil. That's spicy. Did he use all his Vils, or some of them? Some of them still have the charge attack, so yeah, he can still pop. Alright, now he's going to retreat after he took out about 2 villagers, which I think is definitely fair for the loss of 1 Royal Musket.
J'ai repris des forces.
It's again now 1,000 wood. Going Cuirassiers. Oh no, Royal Dragoons. I was going to go Cuirassiers. No, it's getting Royal Dragoons. Now, Royal Dragoons I think is really good for this stage because this is around the time that India can get their Mahout shipments in. So, what a good way to deal with them than having some really good long-range Dragoons with the Bourbon natives. Yeah, those should be quite useful for you. Also, their hand attack's pretty reasonable too, so that could be quite useful as well. And also doing some Cheyennes as well, so does have the Cheyenne settlement under his belt. He's going to want to get an Apache one too before he gets native treaties, and can really start stacking out the native troops, which I think would be a pretty good play here, honestly. Takes out the elephant in the room. Pulls back, yep, very nice, very good. See where he goes from here, yeah, very nice. Royal Dragoons can shoot the sepoys there, very good. So the Royal Muskets, and the Cheyennes as well. Now the Siege Elephants are going to gradually crush his base, so he eventually has to deal with these. And he also has to make sure his Falconets are long out of range of these Siege Ellies too. So it's going to be pretty complex. Yeah. The good news is if I remember correctly, the Siege Elephants don't nuke the artillery just quite as fast as the Culverins do, so that part is a little bit better, I think. Yeah, I think Culverins shred artillery a little bit faster than the Siege Elephants do. The Siege Elephants are a little bit more flexitarian in sieging and anti-artillery. Yeah. Okay, so he's gonna go push it. He's got more Royal Dragoons. He's got Cheyennes. He's got Falconets. He's gonna go full throttle into them. He's got all the Royal Dragoons in melee mode right now, so he's hacking them away with his blades. The Cheyennes break through and they move on to the elephants there. Alright, so Falconets need to back up from these Siege Ellies now. You're gonna have to snare these Siege Ellies. Ah! Don't keep running. You gotta snare the elephants, they can't chase him. Alright, so he's got the CBDs with him too, so he's got to be a bit of a meat shield there to help guard against that. And now, I think you can, take out one Siege Elephant, one more Siege Elephant. Well, I think the Falconet's at least safe now from being sniped, which is good. What can he ship? So he can get this, he can get this, he can get this, and then eventually he can get that if he gets an Apache side, which looks like he's got Comanche, so he's got the Comanche here, which is good. So yeah, he's got Comanche, he's got Cheyenne. Can send native treaties in now too. some more calves. Should be great. Is that what he's gonna do? No, he's getting royal muskets for right now, which I think is totally fine. How much gold has he got here? Enough to get some pretty good stacks. I wouldn't be getting this right now. I'd be looking at again one of these big beefy shipments of like the 3 cuirassiers. Like, oh man, that's frightening. He could have like shot his falconet there. He's got to watch out, man. He's got to back that up there. Yeah, big time, 100%. Gotta be totally careful there. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, good raid there with the royal muskets. And Bill, he's probably gonna get all 4 of them. What's his movement speed? Bill's. Alright, so just get that one and he's gonna pull out probably. Yep. Alright. India has some Arumis, by the way, so we do have to watch. Because if he plays his cards wrong with all this light cav and heavy infantry, the Arumi can be like really. Oh, watch out! Hamla! Hamla! He's got the Arumi on you. Hamla! Watch out! Don't do that. Don't do that, man. You gotta be careful. Arumis are no joke. Things are deadly, man. You gotta watch out for that stuff. He gets one out, gets rid of one with the falconet. This is a tough one. This is a toughie. I like how India's like retaining his unit numbers though. That's like really critical here. Absolutely, that's what's keeping him in, I think. Siege Elephant is still alive, causing him problems, being a thorn in his side, and it does snipe his falcon. GG. Yeah, good unit retention by India. That's what kept him in that, I think, was just good unit retention, honestly. Absolutely. So they did a good job there. Let's load up game number 2. This one. Then we'll move on to Lucas L versus Mao Dun. Very nice. Here we are. We got Antimony as Maltese versus Den Den is the Hausa. Very good matchup here. Very good. So now we will see this series. Yeah, very good. Looks like the Mikado's coming up now. Very nice. Basically with the Maltese build order, it's pretty typical to get hunting dogs early on. There's a very specific reason for that because, believe it or not, there is a card that actually lets you unlock settler wagons with the Maltese called the German Tongue. No, it's not a German woman's tongue French kissing her. It's just a card, the German tongue, like, you know, the language. And yeah, basically gives you access to the settler wagons. Gives you up to six of them, yeah, which is quite good. You know, obviously with the German civ, you get hunting dogs right away with them, so it does just make sense for you to get hunting dogs right out of the gate with the Maltese as well. So when you do get those settler waggies, they're going to be really good out of the gate. Yeah, exactly. so here comes the village dogs. For the House of Civ, with the House of Civ, you can build this nifty building called a granary. Essentially, it's a free building. What things in life are free, man? So definitely get it. It's for free. Essentially allows you to gather faster with your villagers around it when it comes to hunting meat and farming. So your hunting rate's really good around the granary. Then you can research the village dogs tech, which you just saw. It only costs about 50 wood, so it's actually really cheap and gives you a really good amount of hunting rate for it. So it's like a double dare hunting rate improvement, yeah. And then on top of that, if it wasn't already good enough, it actually takes your huntables and makes them come towards the granary so you don't have to herd as much. But unfortunately, if you herd like this and they all go whoop in the other direction, then then you have to sort of still shoot them back. So I think if he shoots his ammo back one more time in this direction, you should be able to resolve it, which would be great. Yeah, that should be good. So yeah, that's quite nice. Also, how's the deck looking? 1v1 Den FIW. So maybe this is a fast industrial here. Maybe. Maybe, baby. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if this is in the fast industrial of some kind, unless I'm misinterpreting the lingo used in there. But yeah, typically what we do see from a House of player is we see this card come into play, the Ganansi. So you can train the Econocobias for regular resources and then get them for one pop unit, so you can make really as many of them as you want as like a regular military unit. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. And notice too, every card gives you a free Sanga cattle. So basically, you're always going to have animals on your livestock market to sell for wood or gold. You know, obviously with other civs like the Ethiopians, you would have to manually train those herdables to put on there or find them around the map. Not with the Hausa. They give you a steady stream of herdables as long as you're constantly getting cards and shipping them. So that's good. Because the livestock market, as you know, is a way of basically giving you a pretty nifty, plentiful number of wood and gold to get buildings out, get a number of things done. So that's great. Going up with the Hausa gives you a pretty good set of improvements there at your university, so that should be quite good. And for the other side there, the Maltese, they will be going up with the Core Master 400 wood. So it's chopping wood right now, probably trying to get German tongue. Costs about 450 wood. So he's almost there. He just needs about 150 more wood to get it, and should be all set. Now, another reason why you want to send this card, it also gives you a commandery. And the commandery allows you to make all of your cavalry units, right? And also allows you to make other units too, based off of cards like this, like Spanish tongue. So there's a ton of cards that Maltese gets. It just allows them to unlock more units and makes the building effectively more useful. So that's really nice, yeah. Here comes German tongue. Gonna get yourself a nice free Sether wagon, get yourself a free commandery. And then you're going to be able to send even more Sether wagons going forward, which leads to really good economy. Does he also have the Wignacourt constructions? Yes, Wignacourt constructions right here. This is a really beautiful card because what it does is it allows you to gather natural resources like hunts and mines 30% faster near your defensive buildings. 30%. 30%. That is big. That's a big amount. Because considering Imperial Age gather rate upgrade is like 50%, that's kind of in the neck of that sort of thing, you know? It's pretty huge. So yeah, gonna put the commandery right dead center in the front there, right around the dead animals, so that you can eat that moose pretty quickly. Also picking up steel traps too, so those Sether wagons are gonna be monstrosities when it comes to economy. Yeah. Though he does have a Sether wagon on the wood right now and the gold, so not quite on the food just yet, but he probably will soon enough. Yeah, here he goes. Sether wagon number 1. Right. Alright, so let's see what House's plan is. So House is going to go raiders from their war camp, it looks like. We do have a palace up as well. Looks like the university is set to full influence, trickle. So going for that. So going full raider there. The raiders are basically like a one-pop anti-skirmisher cavalry. So they're sort of like almost like the steppe riders that the Chinese have, the steppe riders. So these guys, I believe, are a little bit more powerful, but kind of the same idea. Very flimsy hand cav, but very masterful as a result because you can get them for one pop, which means you don't need as much housing space to field them. Yeah. Getting second hunting tech snares. Another thing too, going double fishing dock. So going mega fishing boom here. Already has 4 fishing canoes and is already queuing up another 5. So talking like 9 fishing boats if it isn't contested. Did the Malta include any counter water by any chance? Yes, they did. They actually included 2 galleys. They even have Xebecs of the Order. Ships a powerful Xebec and transforms all your frigates into Xebecs. So that's actually really powerful there, yeah.
Commandez votre ordre.
Okay, so flying archers on top of the Explorer there, gonna scare him off. Very good.
الجرناطة طيبة.
Here comes all the flying archers with the raiders. So a bit of anti-musket, a bit of anti-skirmisher. Malta's just sticking to their normal play, which is pike and shot out to hospitals. So these hospitals, they're basically barracks, but they only cost 100 wood. So very spammable, right? They are a little bit flimsier, but very spammable. What you do is you go double hospital on the pikemen and the crossbows. So you get enough crossbows to fight infantry, and then you get enough pikemen to fight cavalry. So right now it really is going to be decided on if the Malta can get enough infantry out to be able to consolidate his position here and keep these hospitals running. Yeah, so he's going to try forcing an attack, or at least it seems like he is. Then some of the crossbowmen on there on the Fulanis. Pikemen pulling back, right? Very nice. Very good. Get those pikemen into cover mode now, man. Very good. Alright, here comes the Order Hussars now from the Commandery. Order units that come from the Commandery are basically slightly stronger versions of their normal counterparts, plus they shadow tech, so you never have to upgrade them. So look here, he already has 33 hand attack and 352 on the HP, so he's a pretty powerful guy, and then once you hit Capital Fortress Age, he will actually become a veteran unit, become even tougher. So yeah, kind of powerful. But the cost is adjusted, so it's 130 food instead of 120, and then 90 gold instead of 80. So it's not like you're just getting those stats for free. You're just paying for a more elite unit per se, which is good. Yeah, basically. Yep. Alright, so let's see what these Order Hussars can actually do here. Let's see where they go. Very nice. He's going to pull back with them now. Very nice. Very good.
Votre ordre.
Here comes the mosque right here. Very good. Gonna agree it. I think he went up with Morocco, correct? If I remember correctly. Yeah, I think he did. If I see a mosque here, yeah, I think he went up with Morocco. Okay, so the mosque is going to trickle him some XP, which is good. Again, elite range warriors there, so that benefits the javelin riders as well as the Fulani archers, which is quite nice. Doing some Kree CBDs as well for more eco, which is good. Best thing with houses, all your native units cost influence, so you can save up your food for other stuff, which is great. Also, how many fishing boats is this house on uncontested? He's got about 22 fishing boats. 22 fishy boats. That's pretty good. Actually really good there. Now he's going to get 23 fishing boats. Now that's why you're seeing this house's score going through the roof there. He's like booming like crazy on the fish. But the Malta has also reached age 3 and is getting steel bolts on his crossbowmen. So steel bolts on crossbowmen gets their multipliers up to close to that of a skirmisher, making them pretty deadly against heavy infantry. It also gives him a really good siege attack. It becomes a really good siege trooper, able to do siege attack from a range of 18, which is almost that of a skirmisher. So kind of like a little mini artillery piece almost when it comes to sieging buildings. Also has both veteran on both crossbow and pikemen, so he's definitely getting that upgrade, which is good. So those Order Hussars are growing in stats, as you can see, up to 39 hand attack, 416 on the HP, which is great. Okay, so crossbowmen engaging with the Fulanis now. Looks like, yep. Here comes the Fulanis. No Karawar yet from the Malta, which I find kind of fascinating. Hasn't gone for his galleys yet. Would be a good move at this point, honestly, yeah. Yeah, the house is relying on the defensive javelin riders to face off against the Hussars. So basically mixing in all these javelin riders with the archers to basically build a nice range defense against these guys. The javelin riders, though not that strong on their own, they are a one-pop unit, so they're basically kind of almost like the Chinese Kijiks in a way, so you can spam them pretty easily. The house has reached industrial age and will go with a huge stack of cattle. One big Benny and one Sangakal there. So again, a ton of Mumus there. It's insane. Big time. A lot of cows there. You can send it twice, actually, which is even better. Also going for import cannons. This allows the Hausa to basically train falconets and culverins from their palace, so they can keep up with the Europeans a bit.
Nashiria.
Wani umarni za ka bayar?
Finally, we see counter water from the Malta there, but we are seeing 5 falconets coming in from the Hausa. Cost them about a whopping 2.5k influence, which is huge. Also going for elite hand cavalry, picking up 8 Lafidi knights as well. Oh no, he's going with counter water. He's gonna fight back with 2 Zebecs, so he's gonna try to compete for the war against the Maltese now, which is pretty good. Here comes all these falconets now. And note how these units will also be Shao Tech, so you never have to pay for upgrades. So they are already field guns right now, which is great. Malta will go with a culverin to try to counter all these falconets, it looks like. Yep, basically. Looks like the javelin riders and archers should be enough to fend off the hussars. And then he's going to have to back up the falconets somewhat to defend. Yep. Very nice. Let's see if he can pick off the culverin before it counters his artillery. He's going in with the javelin riders for that purpose, but unfortunately the crossbowmen just blocking really well there. Ooh! Hussars came from the side and swept up one falconet. Very nice. Javelin riders are going to pursue in there, right? Yep, very good. Malta going with the Spanish tongue now to get some lancers in. Sweep up some of these archers and falconets, perhaps. Also a pretty decent hand cav. Has some Lafidi knights now. These guys are pretty dangerous. They're kind of the closest thing we see to War's Liberty Honor Guards, because they have both pierce and hand armor. So they're very versatile and have some pretty reasonable HP as well. So pretty good on that sense. Alright, pushing, driving in with the Lafittes again, trying to meat shield and keep the Lancers away. It's working pretty good there, the Lancers are down. Malta's going to try queuing up some pikemen and a culverin and shipping in a big batch of crossbowmen, about 12 of them. It's good. Here but culverins dealt with effectively, but here comes two more culverins as well. There's no more artillery from the houses. Ooh, wow, he tried to blow him up from the side there? Wow, sneaky move there, Malta, using a gunpowder cache to try to blow him up from the back. Quite interesting. Yeah, big time. Ugh, I hit the mirror behind me, man. Whew. I'm just trying to see what he's doing now. So now he's trained up some mortars and he's going to siege, it looks like. Yep, very good. Looks like Malta was attempting to rush his falconet. Now it looks like the cavalry are sort of pushing in now. Yep. Very nice. Okay. Falconet here is still alive. Culverin's negated. Okay, GG. Malta is out. Yeah, now that there was still a falconet there, I think he couldn't really hold on much longer with his economy. Whereas Hausa, with their fish economies, obviously better there. Not bad at all. Very good work, Den. So now we're moving on to the next series. Let's go on to, let me see which one it is. Scroll down. Now we're looking at Lucas L versus Mao Dun. This is main one, game 2. Let's look at this one now. Should be pretty fun. Okay. So we got Lucas L as the Aztecs, and Mao Dun is the British. So this should be a pretty good matchup, Brits versus Aztecs. Obviously, we saw this matchup yesterday, but it was under Kanisi. Kanisi made pretty quick work of the British, right? He was able to stack a ton of Jag Knights in Fortress Age and totally overwhelmed the British Musketeer numbers. And for a while there, the Brits were kind of stuck in Age 2 and were getting totally dominated by the veteran upgraded Jag Knights. Eventually, he did make it to Age 3, got the Falconet shipment, but guess what? Kinesi was 20 steps ahead and was able to get some Arrow Knights and Coyote Runners to get rid of the Falconets and continue to overwhelm them with constant Jag Knights, which was a pretty cool play, honestly. So, I wonder if we'll be seeing the same thing here or not. We possibly could, so we'll have to be on the lookout, right? So, what's first? Aztecs getting hunting dogs from the market, and then getting their community plaza for a nice place for the warrior priests to stay and bring you 1 XP point per second, which is very good XP trickle. So this deck is called KP Boom Jaguar. Jaguar sounds like a weird French way of saying jaguar. Jaguare. Jaguare. Yeah, so probably more or less what Kinesi did. Gonna be definitely vying for Age 3 to get Jag Knights. You definitely don't want to be sticking with Anton and Slingers for too long against Brits. Going with the Jag Knights is going to be your best friend, you know? Because obviously not only will the Jag Knights slice up the muskets, if they do try to do Hussars, Jag Knights will be immune to that as well. So really your most versatile unit in the Aztec roster is to go Jag Knights, and then if skirmishers become a problem, run in some of the Coyotes, and then that will obviously clean up the danger for you. So that's what we'll probably see there. Brits, really the Brits, all they can really do in this matchup, Manor Boom, Manor Boom, Manor Boom. Get as many free vills out as you possibly can before the Aztec Jag Knight thing becomes a problem. It's really the only chance you got. So it's really going to be a bit of a rat race to see if the Aztecs or the British can outdo each other in the necessary numbers of their favorite unit, you know? Yeah, we'll see, though. It's going to be a tough one. And it's going to come down to really everything here, including this. Aztec War Chief and the Eagle Scout coming after the Explorer. Looks like you could potentially down him right there. If you could down, that'd be pretty good. Get a nice XP bounty for that, and then be able to continue on with the rest of the treasures there. Alright, Brits going up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. 200 gold and a tower. Picking up Gang Saw. It's a really good wood chopping tech to basically chop pretty decent amount of wood there. Help you with the manor booming. Whereas Aztecs going up with the Messenger. Very nice. And right out of the gate, they're going to pick up the big bun for the 4 Jag Knights again. So let's see what he does with that. Alright, 3 Warrior Priests coming in to add right to the Community Plaza as well. So they can get as many Warrior Priests on there as possible to make this Community Plaza really start working in the favor of the Aztecs. So now we see all the vills going on the wood now. So they can get a house, possibly a war hut. Let the Jag Knights go out and do the work for the raiding and potentially destroying his stuff. Going for the 320 XP treasure in the mill here is very tempting. Wonder if he'll take it. Looks like not quite yet. He's gonna just try to do some pressure first with the Jaggy Knights and see what he can do with them. So the Jags are coming right along this side here. Yep. Got you connected to a Vill. Let's see if he can end the Vill. He missed somehow with the swing. Okay, so there is an outpost here. Oh, wow, look at that. The Jag Knights do deny a tower. That's a huge loss for the Brits. Gets 116 XP for the Aztec player. That's going to be a very quick shipment then. And now he can kind of return back to this position mid-map and try to get the big treasure here, the 320 XP one, using his Explorer's conversion ability to convert one of the Bandit Riders, and then fight the rest of them with his War Chief, the converted unit, and then the 4 Jag Knights. So, 1 Jag Knight down, just 2 more to... 1 Rider down, 2 more to go. All the Jag Knights intact. Should be pretty easy to down this guy. They have Pierce Armor, so the Jag Knights are doing the full pure 16 damage with their Obsidian Blades. It's down. 320 XP. It's a big one. Look at that. He's got a shipment and he's more than halfway towards his next card as well. So this is exactly what the Aztecs want. Sets them up really good. So they're going to get 5 villagers, get their Fudikami up with the extra villies, and probably go for either gold or go for a reinforcement of slingers. Something to keep them in the game, you know? Because they have to obviously deal with the fact that the Brits are going to be queuing up muskets from day one upon reaching age 2. So they already have about 6 muskets. Expect more to be on the way. And how many manor houses has the Brit gone? So he's currently on number 9. Number 9 on the manors there. So he's got 9 extra villagers. 600 wood coming in now to get even more free villagers, possibly a second barracks or a stable. Brits are going to move pretty long ahead here and try to get another 320 XP treasure in this spot. Very interesting. But Aztecs did scout him out though, so he knows he's coming down here. He's got his Jag Knights in stealth, so you know what's going to happen? He's going to wait for him to try to get this treasure here. Oh, but he's got his Explorer though, so he found him. Oh no, but he's got the Bandit Riders shooting at his Explorer. Look at that. Good timing there for the Aztec. If we can down the Explorer, that'd be great. Yep. Oh. Okay, the Explorer's down. Lost 2 of the muskets. Jag Knight should be able to finish the rest of them with their deadly multipliers. Yep, at this rate, he's got the attack dance on with about... How many warrior priests? About 10 of them. So he's got all 10 of them. So that means he's boosting his unit's attack by about 10%. That is serious there. And now he's taking it off onto XP again because he wants some more cards. He's getting Kalmakek because Kalmakek doubles your age up speed. So basically, it's like getting a second messenger basically. So you're not trapped in age 2. Under the risk of being rushed. So he's going to be able to go up to age 3 right away and really start putting down the Jag Knights. Get 9 Jag Knights. Probably start getting the attack and the hit points on the Jag Knights and really start getting into some serious combat there. That's what he's looking for pretty much. Yep. Very good. Now this is scary. The Aztecs gonna get the other 320 XP treasure. This is really big double dipping of the chip here. This is very huge actually. Yeah, no, that's pretty big. That's gonna make a huge difference honestly. So yeah, quite good. Quite good. Big time. He doesn't have his Explorer with him, so it's not like he can avoid an ambush from these Jag Knights, potentially. Yeah. He's gonna get his Explorer back, though, because he needs him to be able to stop their stealth, basically. Yeah. So he's gonna get 2 noble huts, one over here and one over there for protection. Pretty good. So now he knows his opponent is in age 3 and probably again his noble huts right now. One over here, one over there. Very nice. So here comes 9 Jag Prowl Knights, plus he's again the big bun number 2. That's gonna get him a huge stack of Jag Knights right out of the gate. Also, they are technically Shadow Teched into age 3 now, so they're gonna be a little bit tougher here. On that side, yep, very nice. Okay, so the Jaguars are going to get rid of the Explorer very quickly so he can resume ambushing him with stealth. Very nice. Yep, look at all these wonderful Jag Knights coming in for the attack now. Quite good. Townser coming down over there. Let's see if he can cancel it out. If he can cancel out Townser, that's pretty scary, man. Ooh, he's right in his base, and does he know about... He doesn't know about the TC yet, though. But he's right underneath this Townser, ripping everything apart with his teeth. Guys coming in hard. The Bills are completely caught off guard there. He's going to lose the Bill. So what is he going to do now? So, stacking this here. He's completely surrounded and smothered by these Jag Knights. Now he's going to find out about his town center there, too. He's going to lose that Vil. What's enough? Yeah, he's losing Vils left and right. This is chaos. Total chaos. Just like Kinesi, that was even easier for him than Kinesi had it, because Kinesi had to deal with the Falconets and the other implications of Age 3. This fella was able to get it done a lot smoother, I think, in this situation. Alright, so now we're looking at their game number 2. Let's see what they got for Maldun versus his opponent there, Lucasel. And then we're going to look at Carbone versus Just Sauce. Next one. Should be quite nice. Here we go. Okay, that one now is synced. So regardless, we're not going to be able to look at that one. That was the wrong map anyways, but fortunately, we're not going to get to see Carbone 2, only Carbone 1. Let's see. Let's hope that we can at least see the first one of that series. This would be right here, right? This one. Okay, let's check that one out. Alright, so which one of them... Are they both the same one, or is something wrong here with my files? Let me look at this stuff. It's this one and this one. Alright, so this one should be theoretically the one we can watch, right? I thought I clicked on that one, but maybe I was wrong. Yeah. Okay, so we got Carbone versus Just Sauce here. Carbone is the Chinese, and Just Sauce is the Japanese. So, Japan versus China. Pretty powerful matchup, honestly. Two of the Asian giants, I would say. Besides India, of course. So, quite a lot of interesting stuff can happen here, honestly. From my experience, Japan actually does pretty good in this matchup, I find. Yeah. I think as long as the Japan develops quickly with the Ashigarus and the Yumis, they usually do really well against China. That's at least from what I've always seen. Yeah. So I'm going to put my bets on Japan here. Yeah. So what is Japan going to do? Well, Japan is mostly going to be focused on getting all the shrines on this map. Put a shrine here, put a shrine here or two. Basically cover all these hunts with shrines. What that's going to do is every time you build a shrine and have all 4 animals on it, your trickle is a lot bigger. Like, look at this food one. 4 animals equates to 0.44 food trickle. Quite nice. So, you really try to get as many of those shrines down as possible, and then your economy, like, blooms like a flower in a flower pot. It's quite nice. So that's what we're going to be seeing here, pretty much. Now we got T-Export coming in from the consulate for the Chinese. It's always going to be the first card that the Chinese get, because it's just so powerful, it's so impactful for your build. Gives you a consulate, saving you 200 wood. Gives you 100 export right away to spend on an alliance, so you don't even have to worry about using up the export you already got. And then it sets you up with the export trickle for the rest of the game. So it's really substantial. It's like really the best card they could have ever given the Chinese, honestly. Because before that they were stuck with like doing 300 food, which kind of felt backwards and useless. Like they were like just not being productive with it. But it looks like China will begin French consulate allies. that tells us probably we're looking at porcelain tower start here for Chinese. That's usually what it is, because what they do is they get the food crate technology with the French, gives them about 400 food worth of crates, and that booms them pretty quickly into H2 with the porcelain tower, and from there it's usually good to go either semi-fast fortress or naked fast fortress with that porcelain tower, pumping you out the resources. Yeah, so that's what you do typically. Yep. Yep, here comes the porcelain tower right there. It's going to go with it on all 8 villagers. It's going to be a fast age up right there. Going to have to queue up another vill here too, don't forget. Forget to queue up another vill, very nice. Japan is going Torii Gates. Yeah, Torii Gate is like the mainstream strategy with the Fan Edition Japan. Legacy and Wars of Liberty, it tends to be Toshuga Shrine, but here it tends to be Torii Gate. Yeah, the Torii Gate is always a good wonder because it beefs up the XP you get from training stuff and building stuff, and it ups the XP you get from killing and destroying stuff. So, let's say you've trained a ton of Ashigarus and you get a ton of kills on the Chinese troops. You're going to get a lot of XP from that with the Torii Gate up. It's going to lead to a lot of extra cards, and thus more units, more crates, more everything, and it's a good way to snowball the Japanese strength, basically. Yeah, and don't forget when you build up all these shrines, that's going to grant you more XP too, under the Torii Gate. So that's another good thing to consider there. Absolutely, when you send that up, pretty much. Yep. Okay, so military rickshaw. Barracks coming over here. Very good. So, gonna be making Ashigarus out of the gate, I'm assuming. Yep. Trying to always, when they do this porcelain tower thing, they always start with 7 step riders. The main idea of that is try to raid a ton of the enemy villagers, try to distract them, try to give yourself the necessary time to go for your fast fortress. And it usually works because the enemy's so focused on defending their stuff that they can't really go after your base as much. You know, you can get usually your Confucian Academy done, sometimes Summer Palace done, and then, you know, proceed, basically, yeah, which is quite good. Yo, wow, getting a build, not bad. But the Ashigarus are out, so be careful. Careful, young lad. Don't get hurt. Alright, going up with the Confucian Academy, that's always the play. Gives you a bunch of free Aqua Viziers you can use against the Ashigarus, which is solid. Alright, now the Japan has gone with the isolationism, so he is making some Shinobi archers. Always a good move. And also making the military rickshaw tech to get a military rickshaw. Probably going to go for a stable, I would assume, unless he wants to go double Ashigaru. Right? Yep. Very nice. See where we go with that. Yep. Very good. Alright, so the stepbrothers are still raiding, it looks like. Yep. Now we see villagers coming out there. Nagina's coming in right there. Ashigaru Musketeer attack coming in as well. Very nice. Got the big boy intervention army of the Redcoats as well, so these are veteran musketeers, quite good. Step Riders being used to snare as well as the Chengdaos, so the Arquebusiers and Redcoats can blast up all the Ashigarus. And now the Daimyo is completely exposed and he will be completely crushed. Very, very nice there. Very good. GG. Well played, man. Good job there, Carbone. So we're going to have to go on to the next series then, since the second game is botched by the infamous sync error. And we're looking at Lil Bo. Let's see the Lil Bo series now. And we'll move on to Yokiete and then Balianca. So we've got 2 series to go. So we got Lil Bo versus Chinese name there. Okay, so Lil Bo is going Ottomans, and the Chinese fella's going with the British. So British versus Ottomans again. Should be pretty good. Alright, so the Ottoman is setting up a trading post. Very nice. They're going to get a Moss, correct. Max out their XP, so they get a ton of unit cards, which they really depend on. Whereas the Brits are going to be mostly focused on building manor houses for free villagers and getting better economy. Yep. Kind of a difference in how they use wood there, honestly. Yep. Looks like Brits are going to get the 80 XP treasure first, from the looks of it. Yep. Or are they going to pass it? Let's see.
What is your command?
Oh, he's going to grab this easy 35 coin treasure before his opponent sees it. Very nice. Go right into musketeer production. Or even hunting dogs, for that matter. Comes 3 settlers right now. Yep, very nice.
What is your command?
Okay, I'm just seeing what treasure they're gonna get. Oh, actually, let's check the decks out. So, we might see a Virginia company from Brits. I don't know, but it looks like they do have the option there. I would say probably no, since their shipment timing is not really good for it, I would say. Yep. Here we got Ottomans going Core Master with Capitalism as their second card. So they already got the Uruks, and now they got the Gold Trickle going. The deck is called Age 2, which says, alright, we're going to try to fight it out in Age 2 then. You got an interesting card here, which we usually don't see. The 9 Fanar allies. The Galik Evzonais, or the Clapes. So those wonderful, nice skirmishers we see from Wars of Liberty. Yeah, you can ship those in with the Ottoman Home City in Definitive Edition. You get about 9 of them, so it's a pretty decent native skirmisher setup. Yeah, which is quite nice. I feel like I'm having a Taco Bell emergency, unfortunately. Hopefully I don't. I'll try to make it through this match at least before I have my Taco Bell emergency, and then we'll have to come back for match number 2. Alright, so Ottoman's gonna go double barracks Jan. Pretty solid play. Whereas the Brits gonna go single barracks musketeer, right? Oh, they're going stable start. They're going hussar. Fascinating. Fascinating. It's pretty rare. You don't always see stable start with the Brits. Kind of an oddity. Yeah. I know in Wars of Liberty it used to be a very common thing seeing hussar start with the Brits, but not that much in Definitive Edition now. Especially when you know your opponent's going double barracks Janissary. Does he know he's going double barracks Janissary, or has he not scouted that yet? He has not scouted that yet, so he has no idea what his opponent's doing. He might assume that his opponent's going fast fortress because he's an Ottoman. Something you gotta watch out for, man. I mean, yeah, Ottomans love their H3s as much as really anyone, but occasionally they do go the double barracks Janissary start and then they rush you out of the gate like crazy. It's how Nathan beat Goimistan in a 1v1 in Wars of Liberty. So, you know how much of a Giga Chat he is, and how basically going Jans against that clapped him. So, yeah, so you definitely gotta watch out for that double Jan build. It's quite powerful. Ottomans do get the 320 XP treasure though. That is really substantial there. Quite good.
Evet.
Very nice.
Hazır. Hücum. İleri marş.
Ooh, nice. Slash into those banded riders there. Not bad. Take them out. Take out this one right here. Very good. And then he's going to move on to this one as well. Very nice. All the banded riders out. Very nice. Very good.
Hazır. Doğru. Emrin. Hazır. Emrin.
Evet.
Going 700 wood now. Oh, Ottomans are already going H3. Very fascinating. So they pivoted into H3 with Exile Prince. Very powerful. Because now that the Brits see the double barracks. Let me find out. Yep, so they know about the barracks now, so they're probably assuming Ottomans are going to go H2 now. Right, but unfortunately for them, that's just part of the story, because now they're going to have double barracks Janissary capabilities with 2 Falconets supporting them. That's what you don't want, because now you got a very powerful anti-infantry in there to basically back up those Janissaries, which is not good. Very not good. Definitely not.
Hazır. Emrin.
Evet.
Emrin.
Evet.
Hazır. Emrin.
Evet.
Emrin.
Oh, good. Good push there by the Janissaries with the Falconets. Quite solid. I think Brits are kind of in a GG situation now, honestly, though. Yeah, once you get to veteran Jans with 2 Falconets and you're stuck with just regular muskets, he got outplayed by the Sawman. He did the bait and switch on him, so that's one of the scariest things in RTS is when the player knows how to play with your mind and do a bait and switch on you. You think they're going for one strategy and then they flip onto something else by using the timing of the crate cards. Yeah, because now instead of dealing with a double barracks Jan, he's dealing with a double barracks Jan that turned into a veteran upgrade on the Jans and 2 Falconets. He's gonna try to rush the cannons, which is his best option, and the Janissaries are just gonna sit there and just whack at him with scimitars there. It looks like he will cancel out the Falconets, but still, these Janissaries are at a whopping 300 plus HP. And your muskets are only 150, so these guys got double your stats. Double your stats, that's really insane. It's like every one of these Janissaries is like 2 of these guys put into 1 almost. So, it's like a double man army right there. Not good. Shipping in 6 muskets. Reasonable. Musketeers coming out right now, very nice. And barracks coming down right over here, very good. Very, very good. That's looks like this musketeers are again annihilated. Percent. Wow, look at that. Insane. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go back and do game number 2. I think I can handle another one before I have a Taco Bell emergency, hopefully. Let's go to game number 2 with Little Boat. This will be the Saguenay game. Little Boat is the French, and his opponent is the Japanese. So we got a French versus Japanese. Should be a fun matchup, honestly. Looking forward to it. So Japan is over here, and the French are in this spot over there. So should be a pretty nice battle overall. So it looks like the Japan will be setting up a market first to get their cherry, orchard, berry gathering upgrades first. Which I think is a pretty good move overall, right? So here they go with the Mikado, as they see, very nice. And Little Bow is going to be doing a pretty solid French gameplay, I assume. Yep. We'll have to see exactly what deck he goes for here, and if there's anything particularly spicy about, you know, what we're going to get. Definitely. It's quite good. And also, somebody just showed me something that's on YouTube right now, which is really cool. Something that, you know, I really like about playing an Age of Mythology that's been missing for a while. I think you know what it is, or maybe you don't. But let's just say the Aztecs will be coming to Age of Mythology very soon. Yeah, looking forward to that. Really nice, actually. But yep, so looks like the French are going with 1v1 Cav AW. So basically it's a cavalry-centric deck that has some counter water there. So you got 2 Caravel in H2 to counter fishing boats, and then in H3 you can throw the frigate in as well for an even bigger boat. As for the Japanese will be running 3 fishing boats first, and that's exactly what these counter water cards are for, to negate the advantage of the fishing boats that the Japanese are going to try to exploit. You know, but Japan can obviously counter that with their Fuens, which are basically their light ships, so it can go sort of in a two-way battle there between the Caravels and the Fuens. Pretty much, we'll have to see how that works. And from there, we'll see how Japan pulls out the rest, yeah. So, what has he got in general? He's got Ashigarus, he's got his crates. He does have the big Shrine Wagon cards, which is very powerful. It's a very popular card by Kanisi. Kanisi's Shrine build. You got the backup orchard, so he isn't forced to go on to farms right away. He actually can sit there and eat cherry orchards for a good amount of time. And he's got his Daimyo Mototada, so that's another option. So yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see how this ends up turning out. Yeah, looking forward to it. Big time. So 3 gates right there, very nice. Pretty much Torii Gate is the wonder you always want to go for in Definitive Edition because it sets up some really good combat. You know, when you're training and destroying units, you're going to get a ton of XP value from it if you have the Torii Gate up. Plus, it gives you a military rickshaw with the age up, so you're already getting a free barracks that you can use right away. And you get a free samurai. You know, the free samurai is probably the most useless thing of the whole set, but sometimes it can be useful against cavalry. You never know. It's also pretty decent for scouting and harassing things as well, so samurai, you know, the samurai gets things done, basically. As for French, going up a Corps Master, Forward Wood. They got their Age 1 train posts done, great. I'm assuming they also got their market techs done, their hunting dogs, and their placer mines, so they're good on that front. Starting out with CBD, 4 CBD shipment. Oh, they're just getting hunting dogs now? Okay. At least they're getting it. So again, they're 4 CBD shipment now. They're going to probably start stable once they pick up that wood. They also picked up a Cree native site, probably mainly for the Cree CBD villagers, so they can kind of go for a... It's almost like a little mini 2-town center boom until you reach their build limit of 5, which is good. Going up with barracks first, so they're going to start with Musketeer and maybe go Hussar afterwards. Very important. Probably because they know they're dealing with a Japan here. You know, you can't just go Hussar against Ashigaru. It will not go good. And yes, surprise, surprise, Ashigaru is on the menu. The Japan goes with the 5 shrine card because the reason why you would want to go for 5 shrines instead of a wood shipment to get these shrines out is because the shrines can build the shrine on their own without a villager and without the explorer. And the build rate is a lot faster than what the explorer and the villager can do. So it's like, bada bing bada boom, you get a shrine. It's like a nice, quick, instant 50 population plus whatever sort of trickle rate you're getting off of those shrine locations. So it's really a nice big pop to your economy and infrastructure of your base so you can facilitate a large army, right? Did he get diplomatic intrigue yet? Nope, but he is willing to go for Japanese isolation right out of the gate, regardless. I am assuming he is going to go with Yamabushis. You could go Shinobi as well. It really depends on what your setup is. I think Shinobi is going to be great because they are basically skirmishers that give up like that really good anti-musket specialty for the sake of being universal, because their range attack is basically the same as a musketeer. It's like 25 or so, and then it has like no malice, so it like shreds cavalry with the pierce damage as good as it would like fighting another skirmisher or something. So it's really nice. So gonna get the military rickshaw out there. I'm presuming it's gonna be the 2nd barracks. We'll confirm. Picking up blanket filters there for the mining. So yep, barracks number 2 for Japan, so they can double queue those Ashigarus. Yep, Ashigarus is kind of the powerful backbone of the Japanese army. The thing that makes it really scary is the fact that it's got a movement speed of 4.5. It's a really speedy musketeer. It can like hit a target and run away very fast. For people that are very slowpoke with their micro and stuff, Ashigarus are your worst nightmare, because they can find the corners of which they can pick off your units for free and then just run off into the sunset before you can like do a counterfire. That being said, it looks like the Japan is going to get a 120 food treasure here. That's a big treasure. It's a huge treasure, actually. Now here comes the Ashigarus getting into position and micro their way here. Yep, very nice. Uh-oh, but they're being snared by the hussars. This is the one thing that the Nashigaru doesn't want, is a cavalry slashing him in the back with a cavalry saber. So that's going to slow him down, and it's going to make him a sitting duck to the enemy muskets. So Lil Bo is going to maintain musketeer dominance on the field now because of these very nifty hussars snaring him, right? Because normally you wouldn't say, hey, I'm good against cavalry, I don't care. But not when he has a ranged army of muskets behind you blasting you in the back. Then the hand cavalry becomes a real menace. Because they're basically sacrificing themselves so the musketeer army can, like, grow like a huge giant flower and, like, consume you pretty much. It's basically the idea of it right out of the gate. Yep. Okay, so double Ashigaru, shipping in about 5 of them. Shinobi's training in as well. Very nice. Very good.
Joini.
135 XP. Hey, that's pretty good for France. And they're going age 3 to boot, so that's like basically going to lead to like 2 back-to-back shipments in age 3 almost. So that's pretty good. You know, because I think what France is going to do is they're going to pull back, either go 8 skirm or 2 falk, and then they're going to come back roaring like a lion. Roar! Like that. That's how they're going to basically fight the match. Pretty huge. So we got 1 musket here. He's probably going to be picked off pretty easily. Or not. CBD's retreating. Yeah, all he has to do is just stall for a little bit of time, and then he's got an instant win. Because skirmishers is the one thing that an Ashigaru cannot deal with. Especially a veteran one. So yeah, he's like have to pull back with these Ashigarus, remass up, and then try to fight back. Right now the Ashigarus are engaging. Trying to whittle down his musket numbers as much as he can because he knows what's coming. The death ball of the skirms is coming upon him. The almighty skirm. He has to, like, at least do some damage here. Yeah, no, it's already looking bad because he's got about 13 skirms. 13. Bad. Friday the 13th. It's not good. It's bad luck. Bad luck number for his defense as well. Also shipping in the 2 falcons, even worse. Yeah, like, and Japan is running low on food too, right? Yeah, no, he's literally forced to get cherry orchards. Yeah, he's literally forced on again cherry orchards and having to consolidate his food economy now. It's just not good. He's got his shrines on wood now, right? He might have to switch him onto food or gold. Just so he can keep up with this craziness of the skirms, yeah. You get a little bit of a shot to, like, dual skirms with the Ashigarus just because they move fast and they can, like, chase him, hunt them a bit. Yeah, see, that's what he's forced to do. He's supposed to use his movement speed to, like, catch up with the skirms and just go boop, boop, boop, like that. It's the only thing you can do. I mean, you couldn't do that with normal muskets because they'd be the same movement speed as the skirm, but you can do it with Ashigarus. But the problem is he's running into a death trap with his falcon. Whoa, like that. He's going to get his army shaved off by those things. Yep, like that. That's why I was telling you. Not good. He's going to have to find a way to deal with these now. He's going to have to use Naginatas, which he does have. He has a stable, so he did build a stable over here. So he is, and his Naginatas ready to fight the artillery, which is pretty good. It's not pretty good, but it's something. The reason I say it's not pretty good is because the guy already has his dragoons already established, and he's making more as we speak. So that's not good. That's really bad, actually. Quite bad. So yeah, definitely. Looks like after this game I will need to make a Taco Bell a Taco Bell resolution trip. Let me just say that. You've been to Taco Bell, right? What happens when you eat there? Bad stuff happens underneath, and that's exactly what I'm gonna have to fix. So just give me a few moments to do that after this match. But yep, looks like a French win. Absolutely, big time. Yep, and he was about to go for Karawar too. To make it even worse, a big giant boat comes creeping up on his fishing boats. Yeah, so good job there, little bow. You act more like a big bow. So, yeah, let me resolve the Taco Bell emergency and I'll be right back and we'll do the last two series. Much. Yeah, it was a real emergency for sure. Had a bunch of liquid stuff, that's all I'm gonna say. And it hurt real bad. Okay, so let's continue here with Yukiete series here. Trying to remember. Did I see this one before? Oh no, I didn't see this one. So it's this is Yukiete, I'm assuming, and this is Attila. So should be an interesting series. So what do we got here? We got a Hausa versus a Germany. A Germany versus a Hausa. I can't remember if we've seen this matchup before, Hausa versus Germany, but it should be pretty interesting. Streletsy stopped by a taco. Parlatisiki. Yeah, absolutely. Funny thing is, I didn't even have tacos today. You know what it was? It was a spicy Italian sandwich that was greasy and had sauce on it. It was delicious, and I would totally get another one, but occasionally that food does send you to special places and creates a whole Mount St. Helens volcano and you know where. So, yep, had to get that done. But now I think I'm okay. I still feel something down there, but should be alright. But anyways, here we are with the Hausa versus the Germans. What is he flagging right there? What is he doing? What are you doing? You must have misclicked. Alright, so he's researching his village dogs now to up the hunting rate on his animals. He is hunting near his granary, so he will be gaining additional hunting rate from that, again, improve hunting rate near that building as well, which is good. And the best part of granaries is they are free to build. Yes, they're free to build, so you don't actually have to pay any wood to make these structures, which is really cool. Yeah, the only thing you lose is the villager seconds on the build that's building it. That's about it. But honestly, being able to build a ton of granaries can be quite useful for you, you know? Especially when it comes to hurrying in those animals, because what they do is they just hang out right over here, right next to the granary, just where you want them, and it's quite convenient. Big time. So what's this Emir getting? He's getting a treasure of 110 food. Pretty decent one, actually. That's going to help out with age up timing. What deck is he running? He is running 3 vills. He might send the House of Kingdom to get a university. Totally possible. We'll see, though. Really depends. That could always be a powerful move. Where's the Germany? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. We're getting a mercenary deck today, people. Look at this. This guy is a legend. I can't believe we have gone through the whole tournament up to this point and we haven't seen a Germany mercenary deck. That is cringe. This man is saving the tournament, folks. Bringing mercenary deck to a home near you. I like this. I like this guy. He's running a mercenary deck. So, I'm going to explain some rules of a German mercenary deck. So, the most important thing of a German mercenary deck is powerful mercenary shipments, the mercenary camps card, so you can keep training mercenaries, as much gold-related cards as you can get, so Royal Mint, Silversmith, plus the plantation ones when your mines are gone, and this card here, Palatine Shipments. This is actually an important card because you need the houses that contain more population so that you can house more mercenaries, since mercenaries cost more population than their normal counterparts. So, yeah. Oh, also, by the way, my friend, your villagers are outside the range of that granary, and they're missing the bonus gather rate. So you might want to build a granary like right here or something. Yeah, and why did he abandon the bison right over there? He's losing all that food. I'm very nitpicky about wasting my hunts. Yeah, I know. I definitely get very nitpicky about losing my hunts big time. So yeah, wasting my hunts, I should say. But yeah, okay. All right, so Germany's gonna go up with the quartermaster, 400 wood, should be good. So I'm assuming they're gonna go 700 gold, if I'm correct. They're going placer mines right now, because you need a ton of gold to do this setup. All right, so the house is getting university right now, very nice. Their university builder card in age 1. And what are they gonna get first? Well, you get all these influence crates, correct? Yep. Akan, palm oil exports, very nice. Alright, so now he's going to start training up some Echinocobias. Very solid. He does have a shipment of Yoruba Oyo legionaries, which is pretty fascinating. That could always be interesting to include. So here comes Echinocobias. Very nice. Shipping in the 5 raiders as well, so going to get going with a bit of pressure and making a griot to help stun the enemy units a bit and slow their attack rate. Okay, so the Germany's going to start out with Renegados, so start with outlaws basically. Right, so that's going to be the first step. I'm assuming he's going to go Palatine shipments next. Palatine settlements next, so we can actually have enough pop space to keep going Renegados, so likely. That would at least be what I would do here, but we'll find out. Yep, Palatine shipments, I called it. It's going to get 80 more population between these 4 houses, man. He's building another house, so he's going to get about 100 population from that, so he's got 60 plus 100, so 160 population, so population should not be an issue. He should be able to get as many of these Renegados as he needs, so he's got Yulons already. He should pull back now. Thankfully, he had his Explorer up there as a bellwether, so he knew that the enemy was coming in. And just go back to the TC area, get 2 more free Yulons, and then engage, if you possibly can. So 2 more Yulons coming. Angriff! Indikampf right there. Perfect. Renegados also get a pretty decent shot on one of those raiders. So 4 Yulons and Renegados should be enough to engage toe-to-toe with these guys for now. Yep. Definitely. Also has some Javelin Riders, it looks like. Mostly you gotta keep your Yulons away from that. He's also gonna get some Comancheros, so a bit of anti-cav too. I think he's really just going with outlaws for now until he gets the food needed for the age up. So yep, Comancheros coming in to... Mostly you need to get rid of these raiders so your Renegados can stay alive, because Renegados are going to sort of be your ranged backbone for this fight. Okay, so Renegados going after the Echinocobia. He does pull the Renegado back here, the turret. Lets the R1 do the shooting. Has the Comancheros still active there, and he's able to chase his opponent away, which is very nice. Very good.
Es geht mir besser.
Yeah,
Bereit.
the Explorer is back. Perfecto. See? And Comancheros are gonna... They're gonna hang around here, or what? Okay. 700 gold coming in, so this Germany will make it to age 3, I believe. Seems like a huge possibility. House is gonna make more raiders, more Echinocobias. Cornucopias. Is that what they called? Cornucopias. I'm not going to pronounce it that way. It's a little bit hard on the tongue. Yep, he's getting his gold too. He's aging up with the Exiled Prince for age up speed. Is he going to be able to get enough coin in his base? Yes, he has his silver mine up here, so he can get his first mercenary shipment. Which shipment is that going to be? It's going to be either Black Rider or Jaeger. I would go Black Rider first. Yeah, start with Black Rider, then get the Jaegers, and then possibly go in with the Bosniaks. That would be my choice if I was doing this, yeah. I'm surprised he didn't have the Harquabiziers in there, because the Harquabiziers is always one that one of my ranked buddies used to always tell me to get, was the Harquabiziers. But I guess they can be kind of situational, especially considering the guy's already doing Dragoons with the Javelin Riders, so that could be a little risky. Yeah, but when you don't have early Dragoons like this, I think Harquabiziers can always be a pretty solid one if you know how to micro and stuff, because that splash attack can really sting the enemy pretty well there. Big time, yeah. Alright, going Armored Pistoliers is a very good option. Oh man, yeah, I think is he trading food for gold too? I think he might be. Look at this. He's got 9 Black Riders. He's gonna have a full batch of Armored Pistoliers. Oh, he canceled them out and he went with Jaegers. Look at that. Tricky dog, man. And then he can get the Bosniaks after that. So he's sort of sticking to the script of what I said he should do. Okay. He's also going to be getting priests as well. He's going ninjas. He's going ninjas. I don't know about the ninjas. What are the odds he's going to get mercenaries? Very low. I don't think the ninja inclusion will help there at all. Might help. Who knows? We'll find out. Got some Jaegers, got some ninjas there, very nice.
Auftrag.
Not going with the Armored Pistoliers.
Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena? Ja?
Merewa.
Hallo?
Hai.
Bereit.
Okay. Got your Jaeger shipment in, your Black Riders, your ninjas, you got your Comancheros. Really got everything you need for a push at this point. He's gonna get improved mercenaries now, and these guys are gonna get beefed up by 20%, 15%, which is not bad. Pretty good stats boost considering their mercenaries and their base stats are very phenomenal. Black Riders coming in now too. Beautiful. Beautiful. Muy bien. Whoa, look at what that camo's doing. Go, like he was twitching like crazy. Huh. See, this is why more people should do mercenary checks for Germany. It's just beautiful. It's a beautiful setup. I mean, you can't use it against every civ, but when it works, it's just phenomenal. Like these Black Riders have like 46 range attack now. The Jaegers have 34. With the 2x multipliers, they're like nuclear. So here comes the Berber camels. He's got Jaegers though, so they're toast. They're Texas toast here. And these Black Riders are non-heavy cavalry, so they should be able to tank these camels just fine. And just coming in now too. Very nice. They actually have some good siege. 69 siege. GG well played, yeah. He probably was pretty impressed with the mercenary deck. And I was too. When I saw it, I was like, hey, this is beautiful. I like this. I absolutely love and adore this man. Very nice stuff. Okay, so now we'll look at their game 2 on Saguenay. I like this Germany guy. He was good. Okay, so now he's running the Dutch. I like the sound of that because he's probably going to do some crazy mercenary stuff with the Dutch, I would think. Definitely. His opponent is sticking with Hausa, though. He believes that Hausa is going to be his one-trick pony out of this situation. We'll see, though. He could. Granary coming up right over here to boost his gather rate for these moose. And also to get his village dogs technology. Right? I'm kind of gonna pay attention to this Dutch guy. This guy's doing some cool stuff here. He did a mercenary deck with the Germans. That was beautiful, and he might do the same with the Dutch here too. Who knows? Dutch gives you all those banks worth of gold, so mercenary production is kind of an elementary decision, honestly. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna have to check it. I want to see what his deck looks like. All right, so it looks like Hausa got 40 food, but Dutch got 70 food. Some wonderful sweet cranberries. I had some cranberry juice today, by the way. Wonderful beverage. Very good stuff. Rich with antioxidants too. I mean, yeah, it's like a superfood in a way. It's like good for your blood, good for your inflammation. It's like superfood and it's delicious. There's very few superfood things that are like super duper good on your body. They're just delicious to eat, and like any sort of cranberry juice is like gold. It's like hitting the jackpot. Sweet and sour, which I love. Yeah, but let's check this Dutch deck out. 1WLH. Military reforms. Now, are we going to see halberdiers in the logistician here by... Are we going to see logistician? We could. We could see logistician. Because that's what this would be for. To allow the halberdiers to move faster, but lose some of their damage against infantry. Yeah, that's what I would think. Huh, yeah. Fascinating. Well, I mean, their attack is still going to be decent against infantry. It's just not going to be as, like, extreme against the infantry, if that makes any sense. Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, that's pretty good. I feel the Taco Bell stuff coming on to me again, but I pray that we can get through this series, and I can definitely get through this one, but I want to get through the last one, so if we have to go into Taco Bell fixing mode again, I can do so after the stream, and you can go to bed early for being a good champ and watching, so yeah. Alright, so Dutch going with... Yep, we're going with the logistician, folks. This guy is crazy. He's doing all sorts of beautiful builds here. The logistician with Dutch, man. When do we ever see this? Yeah, if you don't know, logistician with Dutch gives you access to halberdiers and age early. And they're all veteran upgrade, too. So they're like upgrade with age 3 stats. It gives you like a free halberdier, I believe, and then you can train more from your barracks. So it's like really good. It's a very spicy strategy. And that's why I include this card there. So if he needs to be fast, you can add speed onto him at the cost of some of his anti-infantry power. Yeah. The thing you gotta realize about halberdiers, they're basically slow cavalry in terms of their damage output. Yeah, because a halberdier in age 2 does age 2 or 3, in this case age 2, does about 28 damage. And that's almost as much as a hussar. It's more than a Cossack, I believe. Yeah, no, I mean, halberdiers, they're underdogs in terms of melee. Like, if they get close to their target, they can wreck artillery, they can wreck skirmishers, they can wreck cavalry. The only thing that's a little bit resistance is obviously going to be the heavy infantry, of course. Yeah. But here he goes with this starting halberdier right here. Looking out onto the map. Whopping 28 hand attack. Plus cavalry is like dead on arrival against it. 200 HP. Scary unit. Here comes the bank wagon now. He's like reinforcing with some really good economy there. Because he did stick to the standard build of getting the bank in age 1. So he's going to have 2 banks to work with. He's going to pick up a market, probably for hunting dogs at least. Okay, so he's got his halberdier right there. Is he going to harass? Or... Oh, that Vil is running. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at this. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, there we... Ooh, go! Oh, wow, he's going to siege it. He's going to get it down, though, because... Yeah, look at that. The halberdier with 36 siege is going to cancel out his trading posts. Or it's gonna shred it so he's gonna get it down, I think. Yep. Bada bing, bada boom. You lost the train post. Ouch. Beautiful. Alright, so he's gonna be making some 4 halberdiers here, so he's got a set of 5 right now. He's gonna be training a skirmisher now. Bringing in 700 wood. So, yep, he can gradually start focusing on economy, housing, all that stuff, getting his architects out of the way. So, yeah, this Dutch is moving along pretty quickly here. Yep. Dude doesn't even have his war camp up yet, so technically Dutch is the only one on the field with an army right now. He's getting a griot right now, so he can at least slow down the halberdiers' attack a little bit. Yeah, because as you know, halberdiers, being a melee unit, has an attack speed of 1.5. Which is a lot faster than the rate of fire of a gunpowder unit, for sure. So anything you can do to slow him down is going to save you. It's going to save your hide. This train post is going down now as well. Literally. I was like, wait a second. Okay, I was wondering what's going on there. I was like, wait a second, I didn't see the HP modifying on. Like, was this thing actually being sieged or not, or... Yeah, no, now it's being sieged. Okay, so he's going Fulani archers because he knows he's got the halberdier logistician. That's a pretty obvious change right there. So he's going to go Akanakobia with Fulani archer to go pretty strong range firepower against the halbs. Because if he lets these halbs do what they want to, he's going to be in big boy trouble, man. He's got 10 halbs now. This is already looking really scary here because if he's not careful with his archers, these halberdiers will shred his archers in close combat. He's got to be very careful how he deals with halbs. Yep, it's concerned they don't even have veteran upgrades yet, so it only takes like 5 or 6 stabs of the halberd to take out an archer. Also, he's got skirms to kite the Akans. Takes one of them out already. Alright, he's gonna start kiting that villager now, right? Good.
Commando?
Na samu rauni ba zan iya ci gaba ba.
Oh wow, that's a lot of flying archers there. It's kind of causing them a bit of problems. Good thing the skirms though can outrange the Fulanis and kite them. That's one good thing for the Dutch here. So now he can focus on just gradually growing his skirm numbers and like kiting these guys away. And obviously keeping the hound far away as well, so he can use them at the right time. Okay, so he's got about 9 skirmishers now. He's got a lot more fly archers. Now he's getting raiders now, but the problem with that is obviously the halberdier problem. Halberdiers are going to be a great defense there for him, pretty much. Yep.
Me kake so a yi?
Commando?
Klaar.
Five hussars coming out for the Dutch now. Very nice. My halberdiers going right in for the sweep there. Now these halbs are going to do God's work. Look at them. Look at them just going through all this. Oh, man. Beautiful. That's what you want to see, man. Look at that. Absolutely spectacular. And he got the infantry attack card, too. So they're doing 32 hand attack, which is better than an age 2 hussar. Brutal. Yep, GG, well played, man. Beautiful game. I liked seeing that. Alright, so now, if I stand correct, we're on the last series of the round of 64 now. The last series of the thingy. So it's going to be Balianka versus average something. So what's game 1, game 2, game 4, game 3, game 2. Alright, so I think this is the first one, and then the others will follow. So this will be a big one. This is a real 3-match series. Okay, so we got Balianka versus the average tuna enjoyer. Stinky, very stinky. Alright, so Balianka is going as the Ottomans up in this corner. Down here we have the tuna guy, the stinky tuna person, playing as the French. Pretty fitting, since the French really smell just as much as a tuna enjoyer smells. So I guess French people and tuna eaters in a can really share a lot in common, I suppose. Yeah, definitely. So here comes another CBD, and then they can train another CBD out as well. Yep. Looks like the trading post is done over here. Very nice. Explorer's gonna go for the wood treasure there. Very nice. Yep, put one more CBD on the hunt over there. Very nice. What are you gonna get now over here? Up, ship in 3 CBDs. Very nice. 30 food. Not bad. Armin's going for straight up capitalism. Il has 3 E4, which means either fast fortress or fast industrial. So he's not going to be sticking around H2 very long, if at all. Because you see it right here, he's just got the barebone crates, the villagers, and then the 3 deli cards. So he is not going to be sticking around H2 at all. If he is, he's doing the whole thing wrong. Yep. Ottomans are actually going for an 85 wood treasure right now. If they get enough wood treasures, they could potentially get a trading post here, which would help their unit arrivals even better, which Ottomans really do care about, by the way, in their builds. Alright, so they're going to be going naturalists. So that right there spells fast fortress, fast fortress, fast fortress, fast fortress. Yeah, it gives you 2 villagers, right? And it gives you 2 cows, right? And the cows that you get are already at over 200 food when they arrive. So you put that into perspective. You're really getting a slower gathering. Wait a minute. a slower gathering philosopher prince with 2 extra bills. So that's pretty scary. You know, it's pretty frightening. It's quite powerful. And then you combine that with 700 gold, and your age up should be pretty fast then. Yeah, very nice. Here comes Core Master for the French. They're running 1 versus 1 industrial. Huh. That is pretty interesting. So he's going for a fast industrial in the heavy cannons, cuirassiers, and culverins. Ah, that's weird. Or is he going for some sort of revolt? Imagine if he went with the Napoleonic era revolt or the French Revolution. That would be kind of spicy if we see that during the tournament, because it's one of the cooler revolts that people do. And yeah, it's pretty solid actually. Nah, I like the Napoleonic era revolt, but we never ever see it in a competitive game. We actually haven't seen any of the Age 4 revolts in a competitive game, I believe. Now, wait a second. I think we have seen a... Wait a second. I think we have seen a revolt. I think we've seen a couple of Barbary pirate ones, if I remember correctly. Have we seen a few Barbary pirate revolts in this tournament? I think we have. Because I remember seeing somebody turn all their stuff into the Corsairs and stuff. Unless I'm thinking of a game that I was playing. Okay, so... Oh, the Moheber has found the Explorer, so he's going to snipe him. Look at that. Whack, whack, whack. 3 slices of the dagger and he's already down. Very nice. So the French is going to go 4 CBDs, and then they're going to get the steel traps. They open up with the barracks, so they are going to start musketeer. So they aren't going to go straight naked fast fortress. They are going to hold off a bit. Whereas the Ottoman is going naked fast fortress. And after the gold is sent, now they're going to send their wood in. So if they do need some defensive buildings, they can. It will be seen if he sticks it out in age 3. Or if he goes for an age 4. Right? He does not have royal decree though, so that's one thing to consider there. He would be relying mostly on his shipments, again, like 12 Abyss, 2 Bombard, 6 Safai. He wouldn't be doing royal decree here if he went to age 4, so more than likely I would say probably age 3. Yeah, so he is already getting up a barracks. He's going to start producing some Janissaries already, so he has a bit of military to defend against muskets. Yep, Jans are already in queue. Very nice. Enemy muskets are coming up the side there from the corner of my eye on the mini-map. So what is he taking out of? He got a Vil? Really? Oh, that's not good. It's not good at all. Okay, so Town Center is going to provide some cover fire for the Vils. Muskets are trying to find an avenue in, but it's just not working. Janissaries coming in for the Ottoman player. Very nice. Okay, so French has about 10 muskets. Ottomans have about 5 Jans. But the Ottomans are 2 shipments into age 3. So they can go Falcon at Safahi, they can go Falcon at Abyss. This French fella has to watch out. And what is he aging up with? Is he going up with the marksman? Oh, he's already going to have 4 Abyss cars, so he has to retreat. Yeah, once you get 4 Abyss and 5 Jans in that matchup, you got to retreat. So he's going to send the big boy Janissary shipment of 8 Jans, right? This one here. And he's probably going to go Falconets or Abyss right after that. Yeah, he's stacking pretty good. The Ottoman player knows what he's doing here pretty much, so that's quite nice. Alright, so what treasure is this? Oh, he's got the powerful 210 XP treasure. That's beautiful. That's going to be another card that Ottomans are going to add in now. Yep. So 2 Falconets and probably 6 Abyss. Very dangerous stuff. French is going up with Exile Prince for speed. Sanic speed, because they don't know quite what the armies are coming in with, like 10 Abyss and all that artillery. Yeah. Oh wow, he's gonna get the 320 XP too, isn't he? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. There comes another card for the almonds. Beautiful. Did you see that? Went whoop. He's getting so many cards. He's actually getting Endurance School to beef up his Janissary stats by 20%. That is pretty beefy right there. And he's getting Veteran on him too. So these Janissaries are coming in pretty fierce right now. They're gonna be a whopping over 300. Over 300. Look at that. It's 301 HP actually. So yeah, these guys are tanky, super tanky with the Endurance School. He's also gonna ship in 5 delis. So he's gonna have some hand cap to boot. The French is getting his Falconets ready though, so he's gonna be able to fight back. Takes out 2 Janissaries there. French will lose a barracks though. So he's lost all his production buildings, but his muskets are veteran now. So it's not like French doesn't have an army right now. They do have an army, and they can totally ship a ton of stuff as needed, especially once they get a shipment available. So yeah, it's not a clean win for the Ottomans just yet. You have to do a little bit more work there to crush French's cards, I think, before they can take the win. Probably. Yep, it's definitely. House is going down, very nice. Going down now, very nice. French is getting a lot of value out of those 2 Falcons. They're doing a good job of keeping them safe, making sure not to go in too deep with them. Definitely. So yeah, he also has a nice wall of veteran muskets too, so it's not like he's gonna ever leave them alone. He also has his batch of 5 Dragoons from the home city ready to go. Alright, he lost his Falconets. He's gonna lose his too. Okay, so it's an even trade. So Jans and the... Do you have any Abyss left on the Armand side? Is he out? He has 3 Abyss left, so... He is gonna pull back because now he's sending the CBs after him as well, so it's a bit tough there. Yep, he's gonna take his Dragoon out. And yeah, France at that point can pull back. They don't think they want to go too deep. So Ottomans could obviously reinforce at any time and make it really hard. So probably 6 Abyss shipment is probably going to be the next play I would say I would do if I was Ottomans. Or 1,000 gold, that's the 6 Abyss, okay, so he does agree with me on that. Really good firepower to break through the line of the French musketeers at this point, especially since their falconets are gone at this point. Very good. That's exactly what you want to see. Very nice.
Hazır.
Again, veteran on the Abyss now, so he's going to be beefing those up as well, which I think is a good move. Ugh. Alright, so what's going back on with the French shipping into the Kilissa? They're actually going to start training Kilissa as well alongside skirmish. They got a pretty beefy number of dragoons. No, we don't see any caviar coming in from the Armand player, so dragoons are kind of negligible. It's nearly only the skirms and the muskets which are the main concern in the Kilissas, I think.
Evet.
How many habits is he on? He's got 15, and then he's got about 31 on the Jans. Yeah, that's pretty good. Quite nice. Look at that nice wall he's set up with the Jans and the Abyss. Unfortunately, the Killer says they're coming from the side, yeah. These guys. Shazzy! On attack! Shazzy! I think you can get that guy down very quickly. Alright, so the Killer says it down. Now he just has to fight the infantry and the dragoons. Doing a good job at kiting him, I think, and picking off as much stuff as he can there, basically. Yep, quite nice.
Emrin.
Up, he's got the Sapphire shipment now, so the Dragoons finally have something to fight. Yeah, absolutely. Big time. Let's see the Sapphires. Yep, they're going to connect with the lower skirms for force of retreat because of Dragones. How much Abyss is still on? Does he still have enough to, like, push back? Or what? So Armand really needs Abyss here, I think, to deal with the skirms and Dragoons right now. Yeah, he also sent out his batch of Bashi Bajoups as well, which is quite good. Oh, making an imam to heal up. Pretty solid move, actually.
Emrin.
More Jans and Abbots coming in, too. Yep. Gila says. About 3 of them coming in. Very nice. Well, so how's the ecos doing? Is Almonds... Well, Almonds have a ton more gold, it looks like. But then again, the French are making heavy gold costing units with the Calisses, so... Could be closer than I think it is. Almonds just getting steel traps, too. That's something to watch for. Absolutely. I like how they're keeping each other on their toes so nobody gets to age 4. Yeah, because Almonds, if they get to age 4, they can actually get +2 build limit on their town centers with that card. And then they can be booming like gods at that point, so it's kind of good that French are keeping them in check there. I mean, it's quite beneficial to them, actually. Yeah, big time. Ooh, wow, look at that. Sneaking up with Malmuks from the bottom from the town center. That's why you can't stand near buildings that can receive shipments. That's why not. Because the Mamluks came at just the right time there. Completely uprooted his entire position. It's going to force him to retreat now. That is like really, really solid there for the Almond player. Big time. And plus he has the town center shooting him too. It's really good. So can he, like, yeah, he's probably going to try to save these Mamluks if he can. And he's got the Imam up there healing, so if he can successfully fight here, he could potentially, yeah, oh no, he was going to try to pull him back and heal. Yeah, he's healing a Mamluk up there right now, so this is very scary because not only is the French having to deal with these super tanky heavy cavalry here, the Mamluks, with their almost 1.5k HP, but he's healing them actively, so he can keep bringing them back into the battle with full strength. That's what you call a wizard right there with his tactics. He knows what he's doing. Totally knows what he's doing there. It's quite good. Quite intelligent, actually, so I like seeing that stuff big time.
Evet.
Hediyemi ödediğiniz için teşekkürler.
Hazır.
selam.
Evet.
Quite a lot of micro here between both players. They're doing a pretty good job at playing cat and mouse here. Skirm's going for a shot. Abbotsford going for the shot. Okay, so where's he? He's going towards the town center up here. Look at this. He sees the TC. He's going to go down there and pop his Explorer. Ibit. Yeah, right there. Get the Explorer, Kermit. You could have gone the... Could have canceled the town center, you muppet. What are you doing? Hey, Kermit, what are you doing, man? Yeah, nice missing the Explorer project there. Unbelievable. Yeah, that could have been a very avoidable situation there, you know. If he took that Explorer out and hit him a little bit sooner, he could have negated his town center and just, like, destroyed. Because now he's going to eat up all this gold. And that's not what you want, man. That's really not what you want. It's really bad. I've got Skirms picking at his units. While he's moving through the trees. I think French is going to win this. Yeah, no, France is going to win this. Now he's getting the 1,000 gold in. Nah, he's all set. France has got it. He's going to go H4. He's going to get heavy cans. It's going to be like game over here. He could even go for a revolt. Yeah, he could go for a revolt. Could definitely go for a revolt.
Votre ordre.
Oui.
Hey.
Votre ordre. Prêt. Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Gets a TC down. That's something. But now he's got 3 Falcons right on top of him. Ugh, that's... Oh, no, he's got the Falconets on top of him. That's horrible. Alright, he's going to have to come back in with the Delis and the Mamluks and cover a bit. Oh, he's got Cuirassiers off, too. Ugh. Now he's got more Cuirassiers. Mamluks down. His other Mamluks are alright. Gets the other Cuirassier there. Hello! He's got another Cuirassier. He's got another one coming up from the side. No, France has won this one. He's got the artillery advantage, he's got the skirmisher advantage, he's got heavy cavalry splashing into
J'ai
him.
repris des forces.
Nah, my bets are on France. Unless, Ottomans can recover their numbers, because they technically have more resources at their disposal. And does he have any shipments? Nah, like nothing. Whereas the France, where's he got? He's got his age 2 stuff. He's gonna send like 3 hussars in. 8 crossbowmen. Imagine if he ends up sending 8 crossbowmen in, that's not good. Oh man, imagine sending in 8 crossbowmen in this situation. Insane. Absolutely insane. Big time.
Oui.
Okay, so he's getting some more dragoons now. I'm trying to see if anyone's going to jump towards age 3. Yeah, you could ship in the bills. Bills would be a good thing to train at this point. Yeah, no, I'd try to ship in bills if I was in the province right now. Absolutely. Do you have any mines left, or is he done with mines? Is there any mines left on the map? Like nothing. Nothing at all. These guys are gonna actually, yeah, like France is literally on estates and mills right now. That's how bad this is.
Evet. Hazır. Hazır. Hadi bakalım. Hazır. Emrin. Evet.
Şimdi daha iyiceyim. Yaranıyor. Kıpırdayamıyorum.
I'm leaning more in the direction of the French at this point because he's at least got the late game economy already set up. Yeah, so he's got that going. He actually has some resource crates too, so he could still jump in age 4, given enough time. Yeah, so it's actually still a possibility for him. Big time. Alright, we're going to game 2. That was a good win there for the tuna guy, the stinky tuna man. Probably he stunk so bad during the match his opponent Lily was holding onto his nose with one hand and lost the game because of it. You never know. Crazier things have happened before. Just saying. Just saying, brother. Alright. I was close. I need a break after that. GG out. Okay, so we got a British mirror. A British mirror looking in the mirror. So, how is this gonna go, huh? I have no idea. The last series was actually pretty good. Like, there was a lot of warfare in it. You must have loved that. There's a lot of warfare there. It was like boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, everywhere. Yeah. So now we're gonna see a British mirror. It's gonna be really tight, I can tell you. When you get a British facing a British like this. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be down to the last musket, the last hussar, the last archer, because it's literally like one person's gonna Marabboom, and then the other person's gonna Marabboom. So it's like there's no like economic advantage for either player at all in this matchup. So it really comes down to who gets the manor houses out first, who micros best in their fights. Unless somebody does something really crazy and adds like Royal Decree in with the Highlanders and stuff and the Rangers and stuff, I don't see it really. I don't see any huge tug in one direction or the other. But we could be wrong. Oh, interesting. Bora. So looks like Badiaka is running Greenwich time. That's a card we don't always see a lot of. Basically what it does is it ships you a trading post wagon that you can build a TP with. And each trading post you own improves your politician and technology research time by 20%. So basically you research stuff faster for every trading post you have after you send that card. So it's really cool and can be a really nice support for you. 1 versus 1 NE. New England, yeah. Okay, so counter water is in the deck. Everything else looks pretty normal, except for the fort. We don't see a lot of forts in British decks. That's kind of an interesting one. Definitely. Do I have counter water in the other deck? We do not, so this one's like a total land deck. So technically this guy is in better shape because he's running just pure land. He's not going to do any sort of fish boom, but the other dude is running counter water, even though, you know, there is no evidence that he's going to go water. So technically Bora deck is actually going to do better here. That's at least what I think. We'll see if it ends up pulling true or not, though. Should be pretty fun. Okay, so Brits are going up with Governor. Hello, Governor. Alright, he's going up with the Governor. He's going up with the Governor. Alright, so Governor for both sides. 200 gold, a tower. Let's see what they do with those outpost wagons. Should be interesting. Both sides get in the market, right? Pick up gang saw, maybe hunting dogs. Yep, it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys sort of make their decisions. So he's getting gang saw. He's getting gang saw. Okay, very nice. Already establishing some movement into the middle of the map with that manor house. Quite good. Should be pretty impactful there, honestly. Yep, very much so.
Commandment. Yes.
Heil.
not sturen. Je may not sturen.
Commandement.
I feel me stronger now.
Yes.
Ready.
Commandement.
Commandment. Yes. Ready. Yes.
Qual é a sua ordem? Vou fazer. Olá.
Sim.
Olá.
Oui. Prêt.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Estou ferido! Não me posso mexer!
Votre ordre. Oui. Prêt. Votre ordre. Oui.
Estou ferido! Não me posso...
J'ai repris des forces.
Preparado?
Qual é a sua ordem? Sim.
Sim.
Qual é a sua ordem? Preparado? Sim.
Votre ordre.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Votre ordre?
J'ai repris des forces.
Preparado.
Estou ferido! Não me posso mexer!
Preparado.
you.